Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And to answer some questions very, very quickly, no, the RTS video is completely new. Just finished rendering this morning. So I should hope it's new. And Mike Romano asks, who's my favorite at Euro 25? The answer is obviously Croatia. I mean, duh. There's no other option. Yeah, the closest Nintendo's ever come to RTS is Pikmin. Just kind of its own thing. Actually, turn around. Where was the was this the entrance? Like, it's been a minute. Okay, no. This is not the entrance. Oh, that's funny, Mike. Come on. Hey, bud. We meet again. How you been, bud? Rumbled over here because I heard someone spotted the goddess cubes in the area. I got a hunch they may be down in that direction, but this flaming wall of fire is blocking the way. Wish there's something we could do to put out the flames. Dude, you're a Goron. Master, I have information for you. There's a wall of flames in your way. Now? Now we can douse for goddess cubes. Now. I thought it was worth trying. So assuming a good Mega Man RTS... Oh man, that sounds incredible. No, seriously. Mega Man bosses are already like Mega Man, like, are already units, right? There's already a lot you could do with that. Like, you've got your flanking unit of Cutmen, who are being supported by Woodmen. And yeah, and then there's the regular enemies, which would also work. I don't know. I'd see. What I think we should really do is make it a hero-based MOBA game instead. I think that would be a better use of something like Mega Man. Okay, I am obviously being facetious, but at the same time, something like the Robot Masters would lend themselves more towards micro, not macro. But we could have both. There's no reason we can't have our cake and eat it too here. Have something like playing as Tychus in StarCraft 2, right? So that's your Robot Masters. They have abilities, they're awesome. But then you've also got like all of the mass units. That's your army. That's your macro side of things. Having to build, produce, and otherwise construct the assembly lines that produce Mets or customize your Sniper Joes or whatever. So it's similar in many ways to Warcraft 3 or StarCraft 2's Commanders. You have Cutman, and then you have all these other guys, and that's your actual army. And I think that could work too for a lot of different ways. And especially since each of the Robot Masters would, by their very nature, provide different playstyle. Like, even if you were playing the exact same faction of units or whatever, imagine if playing something like, say, Hardman from Mega Man 3, who could just stand up there and take it, right? You can just soak it as the enemies is trying to push through, so you have like an early line in order to build up your initial construction, your base, your building. Your that side. I can't think of the proper freaking term. But anyways, the base building side of things. Or if you're someone a lot more aggressive and fast, you probably want to go out and start scout. Like, say, Quickman would be much better suited to getting out and scouting. Whereas someone like Cutman could be more like a hit and run sort of a thing, and so forth and so on. I'm just spitballing at this point. I should mention I have a really bad headache today, so we might be cutting off early, depending on how bad that gets. In fact, pretty much the entire reason I was late to stream was because I was trying to remove myself of said headache. As a consequence, also not sure where I am or where I'm going. So let's go up here. I'm pretty sure I haven't been up here yet. Okay. It feels like it wants me to go this way. What is this way? Because we haven't been this way yet. Well, if we have, it's the entrance. It's kind of the entrance. I do like that idea, Blade Jamal. See, I'm torn because I actually like the idea of Robot Master armies just as much as I like the idea of Robot Master leading an army. But they would be two very fundamentally different RTSs. So naturally we have to make both. Hi, Jaludo. I don't know, Giga. Hey, the flames are out. Now we can get through. Yeah, he's a Goron. He's quite literally in a volcano. He's fine with heat. Hang on, Giga Pudding. Whoop, hang on. There we go. I'm afraid the game will not be good today, Giga. There's a piece of heart nearby. Waste of talk. Don't hate the coin. Hate BioWare. They're the one making the terrible game, after all. God, that game's gonna be so bad. It's gonna be so bad. It's gonna be so bad, Giga. I'm sorry. I don't like being the bearer of bad news, but you didn't pay me to lie to you, Giga. Unless you did, in which case, let's see, lies. What's a good lie? Ooh. Could you do the fire extinguisher routine? No, it's over there. It's going to be a game. No, that doesn't sound like a lie to me. Alright, here's a truth for you, Giga. You may or may not have been around yesterday when we said this, but just in case you weren't. There is actually a really high chance that Dragon Age 4 will score better than Dragon Age 2 and 3, making it the second best Dragon Age game. Yeah, fortunately it is not that high of a bar. And there's also some asterisks attached to all that. In fact, someone do me a favor, please. What were the scores for 2 and Inquisition? Oh, you're not, Doom Rider. Giga herself is actually enthused about Dragon Age 4. I am not, for the record, and I'm not trying to be negative about that. I'm trying to be realistic. A game with that troubled of a production line, that is us being rushed in order to try and make sure that it gets out in time to capitalize on the success of Baldur's Gate 3, that's not going to be a good game. So Dragon Age 2 got 62. That's actually pretty solid, despite the issues it had. So that means that one was the one that was the 120, whatever, without Act 3. Which would make Inquisition the one that was 60 or 70 something, without the side stuff. Yeah, if Dragon Age 4 clears 62, that's actually a pretty solid game. You'll see this bird talk about intriguing. We're definitely off the map here. This does not feel like Goddess Cube stuff to me. I bet there's some super important stuff hidden around here. All I can say is that big frog with a big thirst. I don't think the amount your little bottles can hold is going to cut it this time. You have to have a big container. You've got to have a bad side quest. Actually, yeah. No offense, Giga and Doom Rider, but what I am expecting is the wrong word. What I'm hoping for Dragon Age 4 is that it clears 0. If it clears 0, we're doing well. Past that, yeah, we'll see. The likelihood that Veilguard passes Origins? What's Origins score? No, that's why I have a really bad headache right now, Spartan. It should also be mentioned that, as weird as 240, no chance in hell. It should also be mentioned, oh, jeez, Breakwin. Words. Just because all the indications are that something will suck doesn't 100% guarantee that it's going to suck. There's a reason I have a phrase called Star Wars effect, where something was just a bumbling, terrible production by people who had no idea what they were doing, and were inventing new things and stumbling around, and they made Star Wars, which had absolutely no right to be as good as it was. No, I was actually trying to save. Thank you, game. And no, I still haven't seen the trailer. Alright, what? What? I mean, at this point, I'm not sure that trailer's ever happening. Yeah, no, it was crazy, Geludo. I'm a little bit out of actually having my research notes in front of me, but the behind-the-scenes stories, plural, of Star Wars is a fascinating tale, to say the least. I'm not actually going to watch the trailer at any point in time. I have no interest in it. The gameplay trailer I'll probably watch at some point. Some point. Yeah, exactly, Blade Taval. I can probably tell you pretty much everything about the cinematic trailer right now. I haven't even looked at the damn thing. Yeah, the number of people who actually had faith that Star Wars was going to be a good film, never mind a successful film, was so small I could count it on one hand. Bingo list for the upcoming Direct. I don't actually have one. Maybe we should make one. I was going to ask, once they finally announced the goddamn thing, I was going to be like, hey, what's your predictions? And ask a few questions, but... let's look something up. Here it is. Yeah. Guinness was one of the only people who had faith that Star Wars was going to knock it out of the park. Interesting. Every indicator is that it's going to be tomorrow. But they still haven't actually announced the damn thing. At this point, I'm starting to take it a little personally. What's that, guys? Guys! They already... I have been bad-mouthing Nintendo a lot, yeah. And I stand by it. Just because they occasionally make really good games, or make good games that have flaws, doesn't mean I'm not going to badmouth them. Hello, Kim Thod. I'm probably pronouncing extremely incorrectly, so I do apologize immediately on that. Okay, so... That's me. That's where we got the water. That's a backtrack. Is there anywhere? That's the actual entrance. I actually picked a really bad point to pause, or at least a bad point to pause when I had a headache. Yep, I can make that. Probably can't make that. Yeah, I don't think so. Is me. It would be easier to hate Nintendo if they didn't put out games like, you know, Mario Wonder. And, you know... Aw, get some good rest, Act. And get rid of that headache. Nobody likes a headache. Or if you do, what is wrong with you? Why would you like a headache? Okay, yeah, now this is where I got in. This is where I came in. That's the path over there. Yep, okay. Alright. Hey, Luke. How ye be? Hopefully you're doing well enough today, because if you're not... We did that, we did that. Oh, hey, we could have gotten a potion medal by now. That's supposed to be our hint for where to go next? Oh my god. Okay, let's do it. Okay. Well, just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything. And I'm not. I keep forgetting I can't make that jump. It's okay, I'm fighting off a headache today. One of my favorite pastimes. Yeah, no, this is probably the fastest way over here. Yep, kill me! Runs into the lava instantly. As is his wont. So I've kind of already given this away. Where do you think we go next? keep in mind, you have seen everything I've seen. So you know all the guidance, instruction, and information the game has given us. So where do you think we're supposed to go next? If it's not already obvious, we're supposed to go somewhere other than the dungeon we were just in. Into the vortex? Okay, that's a good guess. That's a good guess. Any other guesses? Back to the fire area? Okay, that's also a good guess. Just going to roam this way a little bit here. Right. Reverse controls. Back home and sleep? Okay, that sounds like a good idea right now in general. But no, I meant to the game. Fight. I suppose in hindsight this is sort of obvious, but at the same time, I never would have figured this out without looking it up or just wandering around. Or maybe Fi told me, I don't know. She does tend to tell me a lot of things. No, opposite direction. This way. It's okay, because this isn't too bad. This is just a little bit of lack of guidance, which most of the game so far has had a bit of a lack of guidance problem. Not the end of the world. But I bet at least some of you remember what's coming. Those of you who've played this game before. Measurements indicate a large amount of water in this basin. The quantity of the water has an 85% chance of putting up the flames that block our path. I recommend you attempt to borrow this basin from the water dragon. That's you. Tell me, are you mastering that power that dwells in your sword? Oh, you want to borrow my water basin. Very well. I have recovered, and I have no intention of having to soak in it again soon. Be gone with it, and so as to use as you please. To transport the water dragon's base into the volcano, you will need to enlist the service of that transport robot. Shall I send word? By all means. Understood, Master. I will call him at once. He's fast. Mistress Fi, my deep apologies for keeping you waiting. Let's see here. This cargo looks very heavy, but it's well within my payload tolerances. Master Shortpants, watch carefully while I demonstrate what a real hero looks like. As usual, I will await you in the skies above. Your task is complete. We should return to the sky. You're going to let me do that from here, right? Like, it would be absolutely crazy if you were to force me to, like, go all the way back out in order to then go back to the sky in order to then fly over to the... Like, I could just pull up my ocarina right now, right? And just warp over there, right? No? Okay, that's okay. Obviously, not every game's going to have something like an ocarina. Instead, you're going to let me talk to Midna, and she's going to let me teleport to the other spot, right? No? It's okay. I'll just pull up the map and teleport from the map, right? I'll just go to the latest trial that I just unlocked. Right? Yeah, no, this isn't far at all, Giga. I want you to time me here, Giga, how long this takes me. Because it's only going to be like a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes, but like... Keep in mind, everything we're doing right now is 100% padding. There's no gameplay here. We do a puzzle, to figure out how to open the gate. Then we do a puzzle to open the second one. Both of those were interesting, legitimately. And then we get to a third puzzle, which is like, hey, go find some water somewhere in the world. Figure out where we're going, somehow. Warp down. So, hang on. Sorry. Walk out of the dungeon. Go to a warp point. Go up to the sky. Load the sky. Fly across the sky. Go down to the other area. Go through the water area. Then, talk to her, get the water basin, walk back out, talk to the thing, go back up to the sky, load the sky, fly over to the volcano area again, and now we're here. I almost blew a rotor trying to slow myself during that descent. Anyway, this is where you wanted the water, right? What? The summit? Why didn't you say so from the start? I don't want to carry this thing back to the sky. It's heavy. It's okay, now we have some gameplay. It's just bad gameplay. This place is swarming with monsters. I bust up enemies like a junkyard record. Too bad I got my mitts full with this basin, so put it down for 5 seconds. Let's play a little game called Protect the Robot. You like escort quests, right? Your job is to make sure the monsters don't lay a claw on me. Not one claw. Okay. Let's get the bow ready. We're gonna need it. Oblivion did the same damn thing, and Oblivion predates New Vegas by how long? Like, honestly. Oh, was it announced, Mr. Red? Take those. So, like, just picture this whole section from the perspective of, I don't know, someone playing this video game. I know that's a hard perspective to take, but just bear with me for a second. So you've just done a section that is literally pure padding for probably about 5 minutes after Googling where to go, by the way. Now you have to do this. I don't even remember the path up to the summit. I think this is right. Was it finally dropped? Hang on. Let me log into Twitter, which is called Twitter. Yep, it was just announced 5 minutes ago. Wow. So there you go. So, about 24 hours from now. I do like how it says, join us for this thing, focused on games coming in the second half of 2024. There will be no mention of the Nintendo Switch successor during this presentation. Hem. Okay there, buddy? Can I just peck at you, or are you, like, invincible to these? Nope, that killed him. Alright, okay. No complaints. No complaints. So far, this hasn't been terrible, which, of course, is the cue for it to suddenly become terrible. That's the pattern, right? This isn't so bad. Ah! You know, that's an interesting question. As many of you know, I tend to be anti-stamina systems in general, at least how they're usually implemented. But, like, what is the gameplay purpose of using stamina to run? Like, I could see it in certain specific games. Maybe, like, say, a survival horror kind of game, right? You know, stamina becoming a resource to allow you to escape the monsters kind of a deal. Oh, bullcrap! I totally hit him there. Whatever. Get a little closer. I do like how their corpses tumble down as they die. They don't. That's the funny thing, Mr. Red. The only genre I could see a stamina system like this actually working is something they don't use it in. I have my own thoughts on using stamina in Souls-likes, which I will not share here. Yeah, I could say it's used in something like Harvest Moon or Stardew Valley, because at that point it is a resource that you are spending to get throughout the course of the day. That makes a degree of sense. And overcoming that resource is a major gameplay mechanic. So, okay, yeah, I'm with that. Getting really low on arrows here. Which is a shame, because I'd really love to not have to fight most of those things, which I have to go through. Wow, that worked out great. Didn't even alert his buddies, just ran out to deal with me. Elden Ring. Loner. The first FromSoft game to actually have that little flag to determine when you use stamina and when you don't. I've never even heard of such a thing, Triaxis, so I have no idea. That's the only one I know of, Loner. We've hypothesized about such a thing for a while, but in reality land, no, that's it. Hey, Dracul. Yeah, this is probably worth the air usage. Oh, I'm out. Damn it. And yeah, I saw it, Dracul. 5 minutes after it was announced, someone already told me about it, which I approve of tremendously. You know what? Yeah, let's just not even screw with this guy. Although there's no grass around here. You've led me astray, Giga. As per usual. It's just that meaniness of you, Giga. I don't know why you're such a meanie, but here we are. So you did this to them, my Kamano. Ah, screw it. Anyways. Just tired of waiting. And now I'm out of arrows for this section. Great. Good morning, Trafin. Hope your day is doing well. Alright, this is actually gonna suck without, any kind of arrows. This is gonna suck so badly, we're gonna backtrack. Now, I know it is a thing, but the problem is if he gets dinged, I'm pretty sure we have to start all over. And I'm not really enthused about having to do this entire escort quest all over again. So, that's why we're being ultra cautious here. Give me some arrows. Don't you bury arrows in the dirt? That's what I do. Keeps them fresh. Well, I haven't played it yet, Loke, and I suppose those are my thoughts on Victoria 3 in a nutshell. Yeah, there will be no news about Silksong, there will be no news about the Switch 2, and people will still whine about it. Okay, nothing here. This sucks. Okay, there's really only one choice now. We have to Berserker. So let's do that. I wish I could tell him to just stay here instead of run after us, but you know how that goes. Well, okay, that actually wasn't what I wanted to happen, but, so we're about to see what a fail state looks like. Okay, there are some checkpointing, so that's cool. I'm actually legitimately shocked that there is a degree of checkpointing here. It even saved the fact that I've already cleared this camp. I'd say at this point 99% are cool. They want to release it for next March. And that means they want to announce it at the end of this quarter. Or rather, at the end of this year's quarter. So this could be worse. This could be worse. This area still sucks, because I don't have any arrows. And I have no source of arrows anywhere nearby. And a lot of arrowy enemies nearby. So this still sucks. And he's already damaged. Yeah, I don't know how to do this without arrows. By the way, this is an unskippable cutscene. So, okay. Let's see if it saves the damage done. I doubt it, but it's possible. Let's find out. I like how it waited till we got up to do the cutscene. So that clearly did not save the damage. He should have died from that barrage. So, okay. That's okay. Option 2, or 3, I guess, at this point. Let's use our 6 slingshot shots, which is a reminder, we have no method of refilling. Just like we can't refill our arrows. And since these are a timed stun, any failure here is going to be pretty damaging. What? Damn. Just couldn't do it. Just couldn't kill him in time. Even with the stuns. Okay. What? I really wish I could tell him to stay. That would actually fix this entirely. I'd just be like, stay here. Oh, wait, hang on. Nope. Damn. Okay. Yeah, we're actually kind of soft-locked right now. In a really weird way. Okay. Let's go scouting. No, but I could backtrack a lot Blue Fusion Volt. And I mean a lot. Like, it would not be a short trip. Okay, so we've got two guys up here. Yep. That does nothing to them. I don't think there's any bombs in this area. But I apologize for the bucking and weaving. I have to in this case because they're actively shooting at the beetle as I maneuver. So I've got to dodge these guys. Okay. Don't see anything to grab. Okay, so I can't shoot them. Yeah, let's see if we can grab their arrow. Let's try to do that. Because, yeah, I don't know how to do this without arrows. Holy crap. Okay. Hang on. No, over here. Please? We already tried the slingshot. Not you. Hang on. I need one more arrow. I just need one more arrow. Okay. I'll take a spare. Yeah, I see where Breath of the Wild got this idea, too. Good morning, Ginkgo. Okay. Pretty sure there's no one on the right. Okay. Past that roadblock. Just something along the lines of disgust act. And the increasing desire to get the Infinity Gauntlet going so I can erase AI from existence. Okay. That was terrible. And by sheer virtue of the lack of itemization, kind of shows how badly designed that is. In a good Zelda game, sorry to say it that way, they would have accommodated for that. And don't tell me, oh, you could totally, like catch arrows as they're shooting at you, counts as accommodating. Like, don't even try to pull that. Of course there's two Lizalfos there now. Why wouldn't there be? God. Headache's not getting better. Hmm. Yeah, in all honesty, I'm kind of the best thing I could say about botting right now, the AI botting problem, is that quite a few legislative bodies are already jumping over themselves to start, legislating it. Because right now it's kind of completely unregulated. Now, those legislative bodies still suck and haven't been doing their job correctly because most of you probably know that AI botting has been around for about 4 or 5 years now. Meta actually started pushing into the bot space quite a while ago and found it to be unreliable and unreasonable and decided to back off of the thing entirely. But when they did that, that is when the governments of the world should have probably stepped in and be like, hold up. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, absolutely, Takata. Someone noticed it on the newspaper, and they're like, oh my god. And now they're looking at it, as opposed to, back when it started becoming a problem. And they could have gotten ahead of things. Instead of now, when things are already well and truly a problem. So I've got 2 arrows. Now I have 0 arrows. You know what I find amusing about that, Blade Tavol? Here in the States, at least, the politicians I trust the most to deal with the botting issues are the ones who have flat out openly admitted, we do not understand this topic properly. And yes, there have been politicians who have said that on camera. Then why trust them? Because the other ones are lying about it, Mike Tomato. Oh yeah, no, I know exactly how to deal with this AI schmigger magigger. Yeah, you cannot get better unless you first acknowledge that you've lost. I keep saying this, and it keeps being applicable. If you don't know something, then you understand that you don't know something and then can learn it and try to improve. As opposed to just, pretending you know what you're talking about, which is extremely dangerous. See that, Mistress Fi? If there's anything I can do to be of assistance, just call me. The flames blocking your path have been extinguished. I recommend proceeding ahead. I've already made a note in the review document about how this problem has been escalating and how much it's been getting worse. And just to really hammer that point in, it's right on the screen. I'm not putting words into her mouth. The flames blocking your path have been fully extinguished. I recommend proceeding ahead. What? Or something else, bud. There's nothing you cannot do. Go right ahead. You've earned the right to blaze this trail. Thanks, dude. I mean, Fi is basically a bot. No lies detected. Anyways, so I have to decide how many negatives that is. Because it's not one. Let's see. Let's do... See you around a noble name. It wasn't as bad as I remember, the actual escort section. It's not good, and it's badly designed, but it wasn't as bad as I remember. So I think we're going to go with 3 negatives total. The latter, Trax. I've said that many, many times at this point. I have very vague memories of the game itself, and that's one of the reasons I've been trying very hard not to prejudge the game. And why I've said many times I have no idea if the game's going to be good or bad in reality land. Yeah, Fi is ironically worse than I remember. And this is funny because I guarantee you in the original version she would be scoring worse than this. This is the improved version. It really is. But unfortunately, improved does not necessarily mean positives. It can also mean less negatives, which this is. It's like the controls situation. I have given 2 negatives to the controls, and I stand by that. But that's it. I haven't seen it writing. So 2 negatives is way better than this would be scoring on the Wii version. Am I enjoying the game so far? Yeah, I would say net positive. What was the backtrack? 2 negatives knocked us. What? Two for that section alone, Playtable. Yeah, you'll notice a lot of the positives are for level design and dungeon design. That's probably going to keep being a thing. So, there's our gimmick for the dungeon, and presented immediately and self-apparently. Okay, so, we have plants, they're dangling, they drop water, water gives us temporary platforms. Okay, I'm with it. Happy Monday, TSP. Yeah, we'll go and try to grab it. Yeah, by the way, in this version, they actually bang at the walls like they're trying to get out of the glass bottle, which is even less good. So we're just going to pretend it's that little resort thing I already talked about. Because, you know, that's less horrible. And yeah, I know I could be using the arrow here, or the bow, but remember, I'm out of arrows. So hopefully some of those will drop at some point in the future. Absolutely, Blitzball. There are precious few Zelda games that get negatives to dungeon design. Well, that's not true. That get more negatives than positives, that are net negative in dungeon design. In fact, I'm pretty sure the only ones that would qualify are Zelda 1 and Zelda 2. So this might suck, because, you know, lack of arrows. So, we're going to do this for a minute. It's weird how much they rely on you having arrows at this point in the game. It makes sense, because it's the last item they just gave you. But, like, you gotta fix your itemization, game. Which I've already given the game a negative for as of now, because the game is really weirdly stingy with resources. I did. Oh my god, thank god. I stand by the negative, by the way. The game really does have bad itemization in general. By the way, swing animations. Sometimes it doesn't even swing. Look, I'm not playing a monk. Although now I'm thinking of a Zelda game where we play as a monk. Maybe kind of like... One second. That's what I thought. Hang on. We're having a capture card glitch. So we're going to fix that really quick. That should fix it. Not ninja. Not wizard. But monk. But no, like Chinese themed, you know. We already said to Western. Whoa, the exit at last. Whoa! You scared me like that. I thought you were one of those monster crepes. Yeah, hi, what's this? You got yourself a swanky pair of digging mitts, don't you? Oh, yeah, anyway, what you doing here? I'm on a quest. Oh, I'll get you. Me? My name's Gould. I'm the big boss of the Mogmas. Those digging mitts you got right there, I invented them. No offense, pal, but you don't look like the kind of guy I'd send in here on a treasure hunting mission. What I know, you might just surprise me. Here's the deal. What in the tunnels is a huge treasure hidden in these ruins. And no one's ever seen us come back to tell the tale. So how do you know there's treasure here? Countless treasure hunters have disappeared here. Poof! Gone. As a treasure digger, I gotta warn you, just turn around and enjoy the many peaceful years of digging left to you, but you can do this no matter what I say, aren't you? Right then. I'm gonna let you in on a little treasure hunting legend passed down amongst generations of Mogmas. Every Mogma with a handful of dirt knows this one. Here we go. You seek the entrance to the king's treasure. Look for the two statues that face one another. Show your bravery and jump onto the mouth of the sleeping statue. Thank you for telling me the exact solution of the puzzle as you've been doing this entire game. Why do they keep doing that? It's such a weird thing. So, I think you're right, TSB. Like, it really is pretending to be analog, the controls, but it's only analog in the angle. The swing is binary. Like, here, watch. I can do this. This is nicely analog, right? But once I actually do the swing, there's only one swing. It's a button press. So 2 D&D classes for Link. I mean, Ranger Fighter's the obvious choice. He's a tool user who's skilled at, you know, interacting with the environment around him and has a little bit of magic. Ranger Fighter. Having said that, I could also see him as a fighter paladin. Or a Ranger Paladin. You know what? I'm going to change my answer. Ranger Paladin. Final answer. Hell, he even gets most of his powers from deities, for God's sakes. I love it. It's the first grass we've seen in like 40 minutes. Doesn't drop anything. Oh, thank God. Arrows. Finally. God damn. Now, which FF14 class is what I make him do? We already decided Paladin is one of them, but if we picked another one for him to, like, somehow multi-class into. Yeah, honestly, I was thinking Bard. Bard Paladin from FF14. So what about WoW? Ironically, he doesn't really fit the Warcraft Paladin by most respects. Warcraft Warrior, much more so. So he's definitely a warrior. Easily. Like, I mean, there you go. There's warrior right there. I'm not sure of a second class for him. I'll think on it. Right after I get lava here. Yep, over here. Thank you. You're just mocking me now, man. I don't know, I could also see him as a fighter warlock in D&D terms. Again, you know, patron. That's true, but Jamal, that's a good point. Like, I mean, melee warlock is a very real build that actually is pretty damn awesome. Hexblade, I believe, is what it's called. Hey, cat. I hope your day is going well. Yeah, I still want to play a Hexblade Warlock someday. Okay. Sure. Oh, alright, we're here now. Okay. That was a little confusing, but okay. I'm with it. I mean, save devs and same dev time, cat, so that makes sense. Yeah, we could still buy upgrades, and we could still buy more inventory space. And just potions. In fact, we actually cannot afford either, excuse me, any of the upgrades we have access to right now. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's scout a little bit here. Just some rupees. Although... This is me moving while swinging, Noctis. As you may or may not notice, I am essentially not moving. Hey, Ross. Yep. Tomorrow. Depending on where we're at with Skyward, we might be watching that live. We'll see. I mean, it could be worse. It could be 6 a.m. Camera, I need you to tell me if there's lava below me, okay? That's a helpful bit of information to have. It's a shame this almost assuredly will not work. Yeah, I don't think so. Let's scout a little bit. We got some claw shot things, we got a door, which is down. Yeah, no, this is clearly where we're supposed to come back through this route. Even the claw shots report that. Alright, so to the walkthrough, because I'm not actually sure where to go next. What? No, Bella. Wow, okay. Yeah, alright. We apparently... Aha! Okay. I didn't see it. Exactly what I thought it was going to be. That's the really funny part. Exactly what I thought it was going to be. What's really funny is they put rupees up here to make me go up here. But I don't really have a large interest in rupees right now, so I didn't bother. There they are. Yeah, no, I had the exact right solution immediately. That shouldn't have happened, but okay. Hey, Dr. Winter. I wouldn't say perfect. I do think Zelda puzzles vary in quality. But difficulty is not something I usually think of when it comes to puzzle Zeldas being too easy or too difficult. Damn it, TSB. Now the lava's flowing. Right into TSB's lap. Wait, not literally. No! This is safe. Thank you, TSB, very, very much. Always and ever. It's okay, you weren't using those shorts anyways. Wait. They needed to be replaced. There we go. I did it for you. It's funny you say that, TSB, because today is one of those days that I should probably just take off because of how bad my headache is, but we'll see. We might cut off early today. So I can lay down. In other waters, goodbye, Volcano High, Road Warden. Appreciate you. As always, TSB, thank you. Okay, so now we don't have a key. So let's see what this way is. You okay there, buddy? That stuff looks hot. I wouldn't mind a little hot bath for my sore shoulders, but this is too much. Oh, what do we got here? Another new god? Ah! You can't break me with interrogation, son. You'll never make me talk. I'm not some sideshow for you to gawk at, so get lost. Do you want me to kill you? Because I can. Interesting. Now just have molten crap on the ground. Game. Something called a collision model. Look into it. It is admittedly harder than it sounds to design a puzzle to be not solved. And, of course, to have multiple solutions. But I would be lying if I said I don't appreciate it every time there is such a thing. Honestly, that is one of the ways in which Breath of the Wild actually excelled. Allowing you to solve many of the trials in that game by any means you so desired. Well, now we're trapped forever. That's an interesting bit of tutorialization, and I mean that. So, you see the pit. So, hang on. You see the new interactable. You walk into it. It does damage, and it sets you on fire. Okay, so it's molten slag. Cool. So then they give you a way to bypass it to get in, and no way to bypass it to get out. But they bothered to put the little sand piles in here. So you're already thinking about this tool. That's good puzzle design right there. That's the kind of thing I tend to like in dungeon design when it comes to Zelda games. Because now we know we can do this. And that's tutorialization without Fi popping up and saying, Hey, what's going on? Listen, did you know Master's a 33% chance? Fi likes to drink vodka. Fi needs her vodka. That's how she gets up in the morning every day. She goes to a bathhouse and whips herself. Congrats, Mike D'Amato, I think. Who are they playing, anyways? Gotta get them cigs in every day. Baby needs her cigs. Ah, okay. These bottles have the highest number attached to them. Therefore, these must be the best bottles of alcohol. They are rated the highest. Fine, that's rubbing alcohol. Yes, master. It has made me quite clean. I see everything now. Fine, no! Okay, so. So it's not the obvious answer. Oh, I'm sure. It's always something really dumb. The only types of puzzles I get stuck on are really dumb things. No, I'd rather die, Triaxia. And I mean that literally, but it's okay. Because they need me for the organic paste compound, so... I was gonna try whip next, yeah. Can't grab. Can't claw. Let's try whip. Nope. Okay. Alright. What else have we got? It can't be the bug nut. The bug nut's optional. Okay. That does nothing. Oh man, that's great, Ross. I'll be a power tab. I think that fits me. That's the first thing we tried, Traxia. I appreciate your restraint, Giga, but give me a moment because I am actually kind of curious. No, I don't think I have it. I do love Edge and Gore. Or wait, the opposite of that. Yeah, what does Fi say? Advice. Hint. This is the fire sanctuary. The water fruit that hangs from the ceiling may be useful in this environment of extreme heat. You can scout with the beetle or experiment with the gust bellows. Well, the bot should be sending out the notification every time I start a stream, Bionic Bug. But that's on Discord. Hey, Yura. Yeah, that hint... Like, so the direction I was automatically thinking is carry it in there with the beetle, but as we already know, that does not work. Like, we've actually already been tutorialized that that does not work. So... We threw my first thing of water. I need to be hydrating today. Not very low. The Combine operate mostly by brute force and crude dimensional technology. I talked about that a lot during the Half-Life lore run. You're kidding, Dakota. I hope so, Bionic Punk, because honestly, the problem is I don't have another answer. The whole reason I have that bot, Bionic Punk, is to solve the problem people have with not being notified that my streams are starting. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and give up. I'm not staring at anything. What is it? Go ahead and tell me. Go ahead and tell me. In the interest of getting on with it. What? But that's extremely stupid. And you're right, that hint is very deliberately misleading. You know, like 10 minutes ago, I was just praising this game for having excellent tutorialization and level design. And then there's that. I think you're right, Frieza, but that's sort of on them, you know what I mean? If I'm stuck in a room, I kind of want to hint in the room, not for the dungeon, you know what I mean? Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't have praised the game. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What they probably should have done is something like, I don't know, maybe make another layer to it, because, you know, you have to tunnel down through several options. So hint on dungeon, hint on room. It can tell which room you're in. Like, the game knows what room you're in at any given point in time. Oh, yeah, mini-boss time. That could be. Rush production and all that. And troubled production. Well, now that we know how to do that... No, don't... I remember this, ironically, because it was so hard not to swing the sword on accident and, you know, lose the damn thing. I did, Taqueta, thank you. Although I actually follow amphibious, oh god, I can't think of his name. A amphibian. Anyways, but thank you. I'll get you down in a moment. What? Or, sorry, wrong voice for him. I'll get you down in a moment. God, that's a 2.5-hour video, too. So that's going to be probably not happening anytime soon. That could be one of my slow mode videos. Where did I come in? Not here. Okay. Ambiguous amphibian? God, I can't even think of his damn name. Well, honestly, no, Mr. Red, and I'll explain why. You see, you sent me a video with Groose on it, and it looked like a meme video. And so my first thought was, oh, it's a meme video. Now, hang on. My second thought was, well, I'll go ahead and watch it anyways, when I have the time to, which of course I did this morning. But then I have to, like, pull it up in a private video so it doesn't taint my YouTube recommendations, and it's just such a hassle to hit one extra button when copying and pasting the thing, so I don't know, man. That might not be worth the effort. But for real, the actual reason is because I don't have time. Really? You're just gonna make me do this just for this one thing? Fine. Oh yeah, I'm saved! I don't know who you are or where you're from, but I owe you big time. You here looking for treasure too? Treasure? Well, no point in trying to hide it. There's only one reason you could have come so far here. I can see it on your face. Yeah, because the legend of the sleeping statue, right? Yeah, exactly, You're. But there's this busted old digging mitts. You can't use them for treasure hunting. I got it! A new recipe! As thanks, I'm going to give you a replacement pair from our secret stash. Don't you go nowhere. Well, but where are you? Okay. They've been buried. They've been in a buried treasure chest. They ain't dirty or nothing. These aren't the kind of thing you can easily get your hands on anyway, so take good care of them. Right, I'm out of here. So long. Upgrade to the digging mitts. The magma mitts. So these let you do a couple of different things. Yeah, thank you, game. Why is that R3? Hey, Pia, how's this bit treating you? Yeah, I thank you. That's actually useful info. Thank you for not pulling a thigh on me. I need to turn... I got game. Speaking of which, looking forward to the Skull Shredder in Doom, this Doom 6. Or Doom 0? What do we call that one? Oh my god, we're literally making chugging sounds. And you do have to be facing the right way. Because otherwise you just attack the wrong way. Either Doom Medieval or Doom Castle version, or I forget what their actually official title is for it. I'm gonna start mentally calling it Doom 6. Doom 6 looks really good. I'm looking forward to it, but we will see. I don't have any reason for bringing it up. I just felt like it. Doom the Dark Ages. That's it. Choo-choo. Negative to gameplay. I don't have the horn in this version. I mean, didn't Doom 5 do that to Dakota, or am I misremembering? I swear the first stage starts you off with a double shotgun. Sawed-off. And then you upgrade to the super shotgun later. Or am I just completely misremembering? Yeah, I don't know what to think of that Indiana Jones trailer. Or game. Excuse me, not trailer. We all know what I think of trailers. Trailers killed my parents, after all. I haven't gotten a chance to see the Lego Horizon one yet, no. My brother-in-law says it looks pretty cool, though. Okay, I let go on accident there. I don't actually have room for the fairies anyways, so... I do like beating up Nazis. It's actually one of my favorite activities. Just right in the face. Boom! It always has to be the face. If they're a Nazi, you have to hit them in the face. That's what indicates that they're a Nazi. See this guy? Not a Nazi, so I can't shoot him in the face. So I'm going to shoot his dick off instead. The more you know. I wonder if it actually is Javis. Another one. Oh yeah, you come along at the right time, pal. I don't know who you are, where you're from, but I need to get him off this chain. ... I'm not asking you to do it for nothing, though. Sorry if I'll tell you the big, gigantic secret about this room. It's a secret about treasure! As usual, nothing. Okay. Oh my god, Dr. Winter. Italian fascists are only safe game if they're on a moped. What? Oh, there's two of them, that's why. God, I'm just blind and dumb today. Alright, so I need... Yeah, Nazis would never have done any politically motivated violence to anybody back in the day. You kidding me? That's crazy talk. Okay, so is that already over? Looks like it is, actually, so we're good to go on those. Woo-hoo. Why does stamina exist? Do we let him off the chain? Yeah, I guess. He did mention treasure. Oh, it's the sweet, sweet flavor of freedom, Morse. And thanks for taking the trouble to feed me. Sucker! You really think I would divulge super secret info about treasure? My mama didn't raise no patsy. I spent too long finding that info. Huh? Those gloves are from my brother's secret collection. Are you friends with my brother or something? Yeah, I helped him. Wait. Something I want to give you. I'll just go get it. Wait here. Is it a bomb? Yeah, take this. See, some super secret info we put together. Took some real sweat and work, too. I had to survey this place near 100 times to figure it out, but... You ready for this? Now, don't go fighting when I tell you. Right around here, there's a hidden room! So in return, please don't tell anybody else captured. It'll be a little secret, okay? Alright, go ahead and open her up, but don't forget our deal. Hey, we meet again. Sorry. Can happen over here, that conversation. Seems one of my guys are giving you a hard time. Sorry about that. That stuff you were saying was all true. There's a breeze coming from somewhere in this room, I tell you. I can smell it. Figure the information in that chest will be useful to you. The information in the chest? It's a map. Cool. I think. This room has a fake wall somewhere. If only you could ding your sword against the wall and figure out whatever. Yeah, thanks. Alright, That's a good point. There have only been 3 Zeldas since this game. We all know Breath of the Wild has a commitment to screwing over all previous races. That's why they have Zoras, Gerudo, Gorons, and Ritos in it. Anyways. But yes, as Dakota points out, the theme of this dungeon is an interesting one. Because there's been a lot of fire and water motifs, but also a lot of earth motifs, which makes sense for a frickin' volcano. Why is that the attack button? Oh yeah, and I suppose there are Koroks. Oh, I remember this stupid thing. What? Choo-choo. How are our clothes staying so clean? You know what? Never mind. I'm okay with it. All that for a key. Goddess fabric for when you absolutely, positively have to look your best. For your one true Groose. Okay, so... Yeah, I noticed that too, Bionic. It threw me for just a second. No, that's right. That's right. Okay, no, dude. I was gonna let you live. Damn it. Try not to shoot him in the head. Can't be disrespectful after all. There we go. Right through the heart. That is a massive case of hyperbole, Act. As I've pointed out many times, God, that's such a stupid line of reasoning. As I pointed out many times, the GameCube didn't sell as well as the PS2. That's it. It wasn't making as much money. The idea that it was actually, like, gonna bankrupt Nintendo is redonkulous. Especially riding high the wave of the N64, which was doing extraordinarily well for them. Yeah, a few companies decided to start being third-party developers for Nintendo during the GameCube era. But no. Oh, for God's sakes, why do you exist? Anyways. Well, I mean, they've got a horn, Bregman. It's not like they're doing it with their mouths. It is still a little weird, not gonna lie. Conserve arrows a little bit here. Yeah, short Twitch account. The score is up to date. So as you can see, it is currently net positive. Probably not in striking distance of that 100 mark, though. Yeah, imagine being consumed by molten slime. Or, you know what? Better idea. Don't imagine that. That's horrible. Oh, I'm sorry, Spartan. Car-related paperwork? It was a forbidden run, and technically still is. I will never play the Wii version of this game again. GTA 6 is on the list, yes. It's not particularly well funded, but it is there. So busy, so busy. Spending a minute oil looking for loot. Yeah, right, dude. What? Why would you do that? Green monster. Can't believe they're following us down here now. Guess I can have some fun with them for now, though. You're on Magma turf now, Fiend. You may be scared, but as long as the way ahead of me is clear, you'll never catch me. Oh, okay. There's nothing I enjoy more in video games than having to beat up my own allies for no good reason. That's why I T-pose. Imagine I walk into Mr. Red. Hey, what's going on, Mr. Red? Oh, right up the jaw, and then, you know, big boxing match. Okay, okay. So, we're getting tacos. I mean, T-posing is still a problem, and the T-pose does still exist in animation. So... I've decided to kill this man. Come on. Yeah, you got me. Go on then, you monster. Boil me, bake me, stick me in a stew. Huh? I know those gloves. Ain't those from me brother's secret collection? Yeah. What? You know me, brother? Aw, you all green. I thought you was a monster. Hey, don't get all angry. I thought you was one of them. Sorry, guy. Let me give you something good to make up for it. Hang on a second. Here you go. You know, some monsters seem to be looking on those cliffs ahead of us. Isn't that way too, guy? Take care of yourself. Don't want to get skewered or nothing. Me? I'm heading back to the boss's place. I'll open the door for you while you're at it. See ya. Thanks. Appreciate it. Well, that was a waste of time, but we got a heart piece, so it's only kind of a waste of time. It will be interesting to see how this ranks up alongside the DS games, since those are honestly probably its biggest contemporaries. Yeah, why don't these guys exist? Well, we killed them all. Hey, MPPY. How ye be? God, that would be dark, wouldn't it? Can you imagine a story where you just genocide a whole people? Okay. They became the Uka. Oh my god. You know, every time you say that, you're talking about Rain World Act. I kind of picked up on the pattern by now. So, good to know. I mean, have you ever looked into the specifics of the jihad in the Dune series? Because, it's really messed up. Like, really, really messed up. Which jihad? You know what? Yeah, that actually makes the point for me. The fact that we have to narrow it down to which specific jihad says all it needs to. God damn. Paul Atreides a hero? No. I'm not a big fan of the jihad over in Battletech either, as it happens. Although that's for pretty different reasons, admittedly. I think I've said many times, that's officially when I bowed out of the story of Battletech. And I was just like, okay, this is dumb. Oh, didn't even see that. I mean, I don't like the jihads, period, in the Dune series, but I was actually specifically referring to the Battletech jihad just a second ago. So, this is a terrible idea. Do you know why? Very good! If you wonder why they put stamina fruit on the way, this is why. Oh, I didn't know Frieza, or I would have done it. Ow. So let's see. I'm gonna guess red, Ross. Assuming you're using that scale. Yeah, Matt, I just found out a new thing I'm afraid of. Isn't that great? Blue? Okay, so I can kind of see where it's coming from, because, you know, there's some bullcrap in that episode, and it drags it down from where it should be. But all the way down to blue? I mean, the fire caves are awful. I mean, I could even see myself giving that orange, honestly. But blue? What, unlocking new fears, Dakota? Oh my god. So what, like, Dwarf Fortress style? Would molten molasses make it worse? Sticky lava does sound like fun. Wow, that's immediate. So I'm going to assume eyes open. Okay, it was not eyes open. Got it. You two just hang out in here waiting for me? I'm just wondering. Afraid that family's gonna go without delicious pizza today, then, Giga. But I'll give you the pizza. Here you go, Giga. I mean, let's answer your second question first, Czar. No, that would never happen. But I didn't actually see a question in your first question, just a question mark with no question attached. Having said that, I tend to shy away from anything that has the word deconstruction attached to it. So I'm not sure if I would go that way with it. No, it's already on the pizza, Giga. I mean, yeah, we could go full Morrowind with it. Spoilers, I guess. Listen, I'm not here to judge, Giga, but if you find pineapple on pizza kinky, then we need to have a chat. With your husband. Deconstruction of a Lego? That's just a hammer. Least to most. Okay. So that's 1. 0. Sorry, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Zero, 1. 2. Three. And 4. Well, in that case, the answer is absolutely not, sir. There's no way in hell. The Zelda series has inched forward in story several times throughout its history. And then it's inched right backwards every single time. Now, the only possible exception to that is Tears of the Kingdom. The reason I say that is because I haven't even played it yet. So we'll see. Now I've got to go hit the dictionary. Because Giga is talking about sexual deviancy, or, sorry. About Nazis. Fascisms. Yes, fascisms, plural. Alright. Let's see. Kink has 6 definitions, Giga Pudding. Sorry, 7 definitions. A short twist or curl in a doubling or winding of something upon itself. So, yeah, that makes sense. A mental or physical peculiarity, such as an eccentricity, a quirk, or a whim. A clever or unusual way of doing something. A cramp in some part of the body. An imperfection likely to cause difficulties in the operation of something. And, of course, unconventional sexual taste or behavior. Congratulations, Giga. You are technically correct. The best kind of correct. You're also very, very wrong. As we all know, if you have to believe technically, then you are extremely wrong. Congrats! I'm very proud of you. Your lawyer career is going well, though. Man, I did too, Giga. I did too. Oh, you won't even let me try. Holy crap. Won't even let me go up here. Alright, hang on. One more attempt. But yeah, I think it wants me to go some other way. And I am correct. Okay. That sucks, because that's a bit of a trip to go back up. That's egg on my face, I suppose. The best part is this appears to be unnecessary backtracking. So that's just me being a dumbass. I blame Giga. She made me Alt-Tab and go Google something that she could have Googled. But no. I had to do it. I should have linked Giga to here'showyougoogle.com or whatever that is. Just to be mean about it. I mean, it's kind of a safe presumption that the game wants you to backtrack, you know? It's this thing, they just invented it. It's called the alphabet, Giga. Where do you actually want me to go? Hey, there's a stair right here. Yeah, we need to Google, how do I Google something on Bing? Worse, Yahoo. No, I haven't, Ross. That's the 1 giga. There's a version of the game where you reach level 15, lose complete access to your inventory menu, and can carry things only in your person. Why would you do that, Raven King? But the answer to your question is, unfortunately, it depends. There's plenty of reasons why you want to remove game functionality for the purposes of a specific game. Now, in an RPG, yeah, that's a terrible idea, but there are plenty of types of games where having very, very limited inventory, or no inventory, could actually be a good thing. Where the puzzle becomes, how do you get to where you want to be with what you have? Or don't have, as the case may be. I don't know, I used to use Alakazam. Or no, Alta Vista. Alta Vista was my search engine back in the day. Yeah, strategic removal of interface or gameplay or functionality or whatever, while also accommodating that removal, can lead to some very good sections in games. Yeah, I wasn't looking forward to this. This is gonna suck. Oh, hello there, Laura. I see you're still among the living. Fancy seeing you here. Yeah, I fell into lava a few times, but I seem to have gotten better. No, I'm not really sure how or why. I appear to be in some kind of natural hellscape. Could you, elucidate on that, buddy? We seem to bump into each other time and time again. Oh, it's no coincidence, though, is it? You and I were bound by a thread. Wait. Look at these old drawings. I found these. I was upset that little stump that got us this guard dog pulled at the gate of time. What was the twig's name again? Impa? Oh, never mind that, because these drawings suggest the existence of a second gate of time. But this news has just filled my heart with rainbows. I've been a busy boy searching here and there and everywhere for another gate of time. And yet I couldn't even find a single clue. Since now I can be honest with you, I'll admit I got a little sulky. It was frowns all around. The thought of never getting my hands on that darling young girl again was more than I could bear. But then, I found this place. The prospect of a second gate of time made me positively giddy. That girl, your adorable friend, she'll be instrumental in bringing about the revival of my master. And though I feared she was now quite beyond my reach, I despair no longer. But before we talk any further on the subject, there's still the outstanding matter of your punishment. Kill me. Do you remember when I told you next time we meet I'd make your ears bleed from the sound of your own screams? I've been thinking. Perhaps corporal punishment is a touch harsh. I might be willing to forgive and forget if you'll strike a deal. All I ask is you tell me where I can find the other gate of time. That's not too much to ask, is it? Oh, and don't play coy with me. I know you know, so why not let me in on the fun? It's funny, because I don't think Link... No, whatever. Such behavior. A mischievous boy like you needs to be dealt with firmly. Must warn you, I won't go easy on you this time. And yet, by memory, this was the easier fight. But we'll see how we do. Lovely, aren't they? You'll find the supple skin of my arms tougher than any armor. Doesn't their shape just leave you breathless? Behold, such beauty, such a pure form, such an exquisite physique, such stunning features. Yes, I've pretty much got it all. Though there is one teensy tiny thing I lack. Mercy. Come to me. Kill me. You and I were bound by that thread of fate, destined to fight. So come closer. Kill me. Meet me in battle, and the thread of fate that binds us will be soaked crimson in your blood. Blah, 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 blah. Sure, game. Don't actually, you know, swing the sword or anything. That's cool. That's what I wanted you to do, is to not swing the sword. Look at that! Swing the goddamn sword. Jesus Christ, game. Such a dumb boss fight. Are you gonna swing your... Jesus Christ, Link! Swing the sword! No subtlety, no style. Berserk. This actually hurts my hand doing this. Is there a trick here I'm missing? Or is this just the same bullcrap as it was last time? Senator Armstrong was a great fight. Well, miraculously, it was like 4 fights. That's it? Yeah, that's okay, cool. No, okay. Standing here, I realize you are just like me, try to make history. But who's to judge the right from wrong? Actually, I don't believe Revengeance is on the list. See, violence breeds violence. But in the end, it has to be this way. Yeah, no, it's the same thing as every other fight in the entire universe. I can't believe I didn't realize that at first. Because they're all like that. I ruined my controller here trying to do this stupid boss fight. Okay, fine. Let's do this. We're gonna back off for a bit. Now we have an entrance. Vector. Now we do this. Now we do nothing. Now we wait. You know, you gave me a weak spot, and then you continue to do the parry bullcrap. Like, you realize that's not good boss design, right? So he shows a thing, and now we can attack from the upper left. So we have to, like, attack from the upper left, but then he parries because this game is bullcrap. and was made by 4-year-olds who think that game design means changing the kind of controller you're using instead of anything actually approaching game design. Unlike the last fight, which actually wasn't particularly that bad with actual controls, this is getting a huge negative. The fact that you have to button mash to break free, by the way, is pretty much guaranteed a negative by itself. Okay, so you saw how Link was just vibrating there for a second? Or maybe you didn't even catch it. That was me trying to swing my sword. And things like that are why, even though the controls are better, and they are, they're still bad. Yeah, no, it's the same crap as it was last time, it's just with a limited Vector X. Which is still bullcrap. Okay, let me swing upwards then. Okay, so that didn't work at all. So, back to mashing to be able to break out. Let's actually try that. I doubt it, but... Okay, so the shield kind of helps. So we go right, and then we go left, and then he just says no. Okay, so down, and then up. And then it does... God, I hate these controls so much. I really, really, really hate these controls so much. It's the exact same problem I had on the Wii, just not quite as bad. But let me explain. Okay, I need to bait down, so he'll block down. Then I need to quickly move up and then attack down. There we go. It actually got through that time. You notice it didn't last time, or the time before that, or the time before that. Because simply moving the sword from down to up counts as a strike, because there's no swing button! There's no attack button! If there was a thing where I could guide the direction of my sword, and then hit a goddamn button to then actually attack, I wouldn't have any issues here. Because then I could be like, hold down, wait for him to block down, quickly move up, and then hit the attack button. Boom, boom, just like that. That would have been fine. But instead, the act of quickly moving the sword up means swinging the sword up. This is the exact same problem I had last time on the Wii. Because what you have to do is you have to move slowly enough to not trigger the swing, the waggle essentially. But if you go too slowly, he just adjusts because you're just lazily moving your sword up. Ugh. Ugh. Then the second phase, which is way easier because it's just every other fight we've done in the entire game. This is just a Stalfos fight right now. I think I'm actually killing my controller because it's been doing that more the further into the game I get, and that bothers me. I don't particularly want to destroy my Switch controller on this goddamn game of all games. Like, that would just be sort of insulting, you know? I technically have spares, but I only have one good controller. It's this one. It's the one I use for streaming, because I didn't think I'd be destroying my controller this fact. You know what? I'm gonna right now, right this very second, unbind. Just gonna get rid of those. And we're gonna pull up my spares, and we're gonna use these, because screw breaking my controller for this goddamn game. Use my crappy spares here. Come on. Okay. Who's my other crappy spare? Don't worry, I got a bunch of crappy spares. Ah. Is there a good game to draw my controller on? No, as it happens. By the way, these are $80. I'm fond of the Joy-Cons as a concept, but good lord, fix your crap. And yeah, we're just going to leave these on the charger, and we're going to not go back to those anytime soon. Because that is nonsense. Yeah, hey, Switch 2. I love the concept of the Joy-Cons. Make them higher quality. I will pay more for better controllers. Okay, so same issue. That's good to know, actually. That's legitimately good to know, as weird as that sounds. That means it's probably just the game and not my controller. That is comforting. Oh god, having to redo phase 1 would just kill me. Enough of this foolishness. I'm Girahim, Demon Lord. It shouldn't matter how powerful your sword is. You're still nothing. You're just a human child, and yet you prevail. You filthy scamp. You've awakened a wrath that will burn for eons. I swear to you, whatever it takes, I will drag you to an eternity of torment. That's why I'm going to run away and cry now. Listen to Nickelback. Asshole. I do have the Pro controller I could use in a crutch. So I guess technically I do actually have a spare. It should be right there, but I don't see it. Might have given it away. I don't know, we'll see. Girahim's interesting because he's a good example of what I was talking about earlier. There's core, and then there's presentation. Girahim's presentation is actually pretty good. Good animation, good little visuals, good visual design going on with him, considering the nature of what he is, stuff like that. The character himself can go straight to hell. He's the man-child, right? He's a very, very typical JRPG villain. He's the kind of thing that, like, pretty much every Tales of game in the history of the universe has at least one of. And I don't use man-child as an insult. I mean it as a statement of fact. It is an adult who acts like a spoiled brat. He's Kefka. That's insulting. Let's not insult actual good character design here by dragging Girahim down to Kefka down to Girahim's level. So Zant is more pathetic than Girahim, but he's better written and acted and presented and everything. So Zant is awesome. He's going to be pluses. This guy is like, imagine if I was trying to describe Kefka to someone who doesn't speak English, and they decided to write that version of the character in here, and that's Girahim. You know, yeah, generic anime. That's a really good way to put it. Probably, yeah. Although I'm curious what those bosses would be. Because at this point in my career, I've killed all of them. Except for the Demon Souls. I haven't played Demon Souls. Favorite Souls bosses? Oh, jeez, I don't know. I have too much of a headache to think of good Souls bites right now. What's the Fume Knight, Loke? Like, what game is it from? Because if it's from Dark Souls 1, or 2, or 3, or Sekiro, or Bloodborne, or Elden Ring, then I have fought all of them and beaten all of them. Dark Souls 2. Then the answer is yes. We did that on camera, too. Oh yeah, also Code Vein and Jedi Fallen Order. And Hollow Knight. Reminds me of the speedrun route for killing the mounted cavalry guy in Sekiro. For those of you not aware, the speedrun route is to aggro the fight and then get up on the wall, and his turn radius is so slow, he just kind of goes over the cliff trying to reach you. Sorry, typing on my thoughts before I forget them. Please forgive me. I have played Ghost of Tsushima. We did a primarily stealth playthrough. That was on camera, too. I mean, I'm not going to do a boss rush in any game act. I don't care. And I did fight Radiant Twitface. You know, legit. Masakata Oniwa. That's him. I agree with you on that act completely. I think so, Ross. It was one of the only ones that actually did anything with it. It might have been X1. I think I'm wrong, though. No, it wasn't X1. What one was that? I don't know. You're right, though. I do remember that because I remember being surprised by it. Dungeon. What's the name of the dungeon? Where are we? It's my walkthrough. What's the name of this dungeon? Fire Sanctuary. Correct, Loke. Ghost of Tsushima, tragically, was before the Oblivion line. Not by much, too. It was one of the only games that well, there's like 10 games I felt really bad about falling before the Oblivion line, but that was one of them. Both, actually, Bionic. Positive for the first one, negative for the second one. The thing that... Not really, Savicom, it's a long game. The thing that really dragged the second Girahim fight down is the fact that, in addition to just being the same kind of bullcrappy thing he was last time, with the added problem of only being able to feint in one direction, which is irritating, the second half of his fight is boring. It really is just the same fight we've been doing the entire game. He blocks in two directions, and you have to hit along the angle that he's not blocking. That's it. He's a trash mob. Okay. Yeah, the orphan in Bloodborne is one of only 3 bosses in all of Bloodborne I have not beaten without calling on a friend for help. And I could have, but I was just sick of it. I was just sick of refighting him over and over. I was like, you know what? Can we just move on? Like, I was legitimately just tired of fighting him over and over and over. I came really, really close one time, if you remember. He's also really gross, and it's actually straining to me to try and pay attention to something I'm actively trying not to pay attention to. I've talked about that before. Hey, Poogity. Hi, could you stop trying to kill me, please? Please? Yeah, apparently not. It's like a magenta flame. Not to get persnickety, but it is like the same color they used for Malice over in Breath. Or at least very similar. The flames of Din have imbued your blade with sacred light that demons revile. Spoilers! It was always the Master Sword. Spoilers, there's a lot of interesting artwork about Fi on the internet, Mr. Red. Master, now it's been tempered by the last of the sacred flames. Your blade has finally revealed its true form. You now hold the Master Sword. With this sword's great power, you can awaken the Gate of Time within the sealed temple. I recommend you make your way to this location. Hey, Blue Fusion Volt. We still can't do all the side quests. We have 2 bosses before we can do that. You know, I don't actually know, Great Hellion. I would assume it ups our damage, but I don't know, and they didn't say that. And they said what the other 2 upgrades do, so maybe this upgrade does nothing. Maybe it's just a plot coupon. Well, that'd be funny. What's my new sword do? It looks cooler. Yeah. Sure. So this is new. This little railway thing. I wouldn't worry about it, whatever it is. If that's faster, it's barely. Not saying it isn't, just saying it's barely. Hey, hey, kill me! Saw the rail track I put up outside, What's it for? You'll see before long. Ah, your sword. There can be no doubt. The sacred flames have purified this blade. Ah, well done, Laura. That sword holds tremendous power. That power is a sacred force. It is a divine power left to us by the gods of old, the same power that is spoken of in the Ballad of the Goddess. To look upon you is to see the same great power now flowing through you and the sword you carry. Come, Lord, you must now open the gate of time. Now that the sacred force dwells in your blade, strike the thing with the Skyward Sword and blah, 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 blah. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go! Imprisoned 2. This is what I've been waiting for. Time to break out my new toy. Trust me, that flabby bag of teeth doesn't stand a chance. Well, what are we waiting for? I'm heading out there. Why would Han fire first? He doesn't shoot first, Zach Daft. Groose has been pretty awesome so far. I really didn't think he'd grow on me the way he has. Lord! Try not to drool on your shirt as you stare at this amazing super weapon I've been working on. I call it the Gruesinator. Leaves you speechless, doesn't it? Ah, it's only natural. You wouldn't believe how much time I put into building this beauty. No, I would. It's been a while since, like, 3 dungeons ago. Here, check it out. First, I got all the fences cleared out of the way. Then I laid down rails for her to run on. All by myself, of course. I don't know what came over me. I had no clue I had the talent to make something like this. You know? Anyhow, you just tell me where you want me to place my shots and I'll put a hurting on that ugly monster. I don't care how beefy you are, you're bound to stumble for a few moments after taking one of my big bombs to your body. Hang on, though. That monster showed up a smidge sooner than I was expecting. There are a few final adjustments I gotta make before she can move on the rails I put down. I'll call out to you when she's ready for action. Till then, do what you can to hold off the beast. Sure thing, Bruce. We do, Bionic Punk. Where do you think the Gerudo came from? And to be clear, that is actually a fan theory, not a theory. That's not canon. I mean, we just had a boss refight Dakota against Girahim. It's okay, he's got hands now. And toes for fingers. Look at that. Seems our ugly friend grew himself a pair of hands. Great timing. Hope he knows how to catch, because my machine has a mean right arm. When she's all loaded up, I'll let you know. Until then, do what you need to do to stop it. Well, I haven't given much of an opinion yet, Boogity, because we're still at the first one, so we'll see. Alright, time for Groose to explode into action. Once you finish aiming, press ZR. Yep, okay. Ah! Packs a mean punch, doesn't she? I tell you, I was in love the first time I pulled this lever. I'll start loading her back up with another bomb, so keep beating on ugly till I give you the signal. Really? Really? Move your fat ass! Oh, come on. So then he's a dick. You know, that's a good question for Izza. Let's find out if he can stop him while he's roaming. He can. Nice. Good job, Groose. Yet the source of all evil in the universe can be stopped by a bomb. And seriously, this is the devil. Like, this is the Lucifer of this setting. And he looks and acts like this. Like, I don't even know what to add to that. Sword, I need you to swing when I swing the sword, please. I mean, it's just someone somewhere decided this is exactly what they wanted the ultimate end-all evil to look like. And I want to know how many drugs they were doing that day. You know what I mean? I'm barely, like, joking about that. It's just weird and gross. There's nothing interesting, good, or positive about this design, like, visually. He's just weird and gross. Could you swing, Fi, please? When I tell you to swing, is that a thing you can do for me? I have to go around him. Again. Ow. There is one other thing I actively don't like about these fights. If he gets to the top, you have to fight the whole fight all over again. Because it's just, it's an instant fail the thing. He gets to the top, game over, start again. Yeah, the time on repeat is really high for an encounter that already takes a long time. Yeah, I know. I actually did that, Noctis. Not that I anticipate you were paying attention enough to notice that. In fairness, the encounter does change each time. So that's nice. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of these. I don't think they're the worst thing in the history of the universe. But I'm not a big fan of these fights. Now, thank you for being part of my show, Trihexia. Let's see. I will jot that down for some things. Guild Wars 1, Awful Block, and Killzone. You got it, Drax, yeah.
Hey!
Nice work, Lore. Of course you couldn't have done it without me, but no need to thank Groose. I know I saved your tail. Let's get that gated time thing up and running. I'll go on ahead. Groose is quite literally more helpful than Fi. What a weird state of affairs. Then again, I suppose it's logical that a person would be more helpful than a sword. That feels like that makes sense, doesn't it? Of course I'm on the exact opposite end of the entire platform. You know what? It's probably faster to go down here. I mean, the moment Groose started applying himself and stopped, you know, fawning over Zelda is the moment he started accomplishing things. Go figure. Take this lesson to heart. Girls are evil. Pretty sure that's the lesson they intended here. Seems you were successful in imprisoning the monster again. Ah, you have my thanks. Kill me. As do you, Groose. I do not wish to dwell on what might have happened if you two hadn't been here. Oh, you give me too much credit, Granny. You were the one who got me to stop feeling sorry for myself and put my energy into doing what I could to help. I did what was necessary to get you to realize your full potential. Law, you must wonder just what it is you've been fighting out there in the Great Pit. Not really, honestly. Big, dumb, dorky guy is sufficient for me. I think I am going to give a negative for the Imprisoned, in general. And I think it's going to be a weird negative. It's for Jank, specifically. There's just too many parts of that fight that are a little too physicsy, you know? Like, even in the first phase, it's like, you know, blah, 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 and you have to hit the toes, and then he can knock you down, but because the slanting of the platform you're going up, sometimes the shockwave will hit you, and sometimes it doesn't, even because of the inconsistency of how visible it is, and how it interacts with the Z-axis. And then, in the second phase, you have to get around his lazy ass, which is a whole thing. You can also land on him, as I demonstrated, but doing that is also kind of irritating and want to being knocked off or sliding off, because again, it's physicsy, right? Like, it's clear what they were going for, and I think the engine, or possibly just the Wii, wasn't quite there to actually accomplish what they wanted, so jank. So, what have we been fighting in the pit? There is much I can tell you, but suffice to say is the root of the evil we face. Yes, that is the root of all evil in this setting. That's not a joke. I want to keep stressing that. It's just, it's so bad. It's so bad. Okay. When you pass through the gate of time, you will learn more. We may seal it and reseal it through its prison 1,000 times. It'll always shatter the bonds that confine it. Such is its awesome power. Status quo is good. Sorry, what? We must destroy it at its source or suffer this fate again and again. There's no time to lose. Hit the gate with the Skyward Strike. Come on already, hit that sword with your Sacred Force stuff. You don't need to tell me 3 times to hit the gate, really. From 2 people. And yeah, I think Breath of the Wild's engine could have handled those fights a lot better. Especially with the glider and, if you happen to have it, the Gale. Master, I detect a 35% chance we should hit the sealed gate. Oh, I played this. Dum da da dum da da dum da da dum da da dum ba dum bum 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 bum. Actually, yeah, Breath of the Wild would allow you to climb on the Imprisoned too, which would give you other options for how to deal with it. Wait, no, they were listening to us earlier. This is nanomachines. Yeah, there we go. Nanomachine, son. Do not fear, this is what we have waited for. At long last, the gate has been reactivated. Standing before you is the path that transcends the flow of time. It's a portal to the past. The very place where Zelda now waits. Go bravely. If everything is as I suspect, the reunion with Zelda you fought so hard for lies beyond this gate. Spoilers! Nope. Don't worry about me. I'm gonna hang back here. That stupid monster doesn't know when to quit, and Granny here keeps yapping on and on about how we never know when my boat's free again. Someone's gotta stick around and guard the place. Might as well be me. Besides, if I'm not here, who's gonna look out for the old girl? And you know what? Forget about it. See, I like Groose, but remember, this is functionally his third cutscene. They really speedrun his character arc. When you see Zelda, tell her I said, sup. But like manly like. Does it matter if it's done well? Yes, because it's so rushed that it's not as good as it could be. This is actually something that television does all the time, because a lot of episodes of TV have only 22 or 44 minutes in which to do their character. So they just kind of speed run through their character arcs very, very quickly. It's still good, but it could be better. Oh, that's not disorienting as hell. We go through, Midna's not there. What's up? Where you been? I've been waiting for you. You know... Hi, Impa. You know one thing they will absolutely never do, but they could if they wanted to instantly start a fire around the next new Zelda game? Set up the trailer, right? It's like... And the trailer's like doing its own thing, and you just see some random gameplay-y stuff. And then you hear a voice... speaking in Midna's voice, you know, her distinct thing. I've been waiting for you. New Zelda game. Coming 2025. That's it. That's all they need to do. Boom. I did your job for you, Nintendo.
Hey!
That's all they need to do. That's all they need to do. And for the record, no shade, I would flip too. At last, I've been expecting you. Kill me! You were doubtless overwhelmed, so I will explain things as simply as I can. This is the Temple of Hylia, though it will come to be known as the Sealed Temple sometime in the future. You stand in the past, ages before your own time. Here, the goddess Hylia has only just sealed away demise. And little time has passed since the goddess sent the outcropping of rock into the sky that would one day become Skyloft. It is true to its name. You have passed through the gate of time to an era in the distant past. You have many questions, but for now you must proceed back through the great doors behind you. Yeah, who's a D-what? I heard something there. If there's a person you've risked life and blood to defend, wait, there, whatever. This is it. We're totally getting the big thing. Oh, it's finally happening. Nice shoes? You've come so far, Lore. You come so far. Kill me. I imagine Impa filled you in on everything. We've traveled very far from home to the distant past. In this era, the wounds inflicted on the land during the battle between the goddess and the demon king known as Demise have not yet healed. All the fairy tales about that war we heard growing up in Skyloft, incredible as it may seem, they appear to be all too real. I think it's time you learned the whole story. Let me try to explain. It's bullcrap, you see. Oh, sorry. The old gods created a supreme... Sorry. I played too much Warcraft. I automatically turned old gods into a proper noun. The old gods created a supreme... The old gods created a supreme power that gave anyone who possessed it the ability to shape reality and fulfill any desire. They called it the Triforce. Hey, they've actually mentioned the damn thing. In his thirst to make the world his own, Demise raided a massive army of monsters for war. He sought to take the Triforce for himself by force. The goddess feared for her people. She used her power to send both them and the Triforce into the sky on a slice of earth she cut away from the land. This floating rock became the new home of our people. In time, it became known as Skyloft. Didn't we hear this in the intro? After a long and fierce battle, the goddess Hylia succeeded in sealing away Demise. However, soon after the Demon King was imprisoned, it became clear he still would not hold long against his fearsome power. Hylia had suffered grave injuries in the battle with the Demon King. She knew if he broke free again, there would be no stopping him. And if the Demon King were to free himself, it would mean the end of the world for all beings of this land. In order to put an end to the Demon King, Hylia devised two separate plans and set them both into motion. Link, I know she's pretty, but dude, come on, decorum. First, she created Phi. She made the spirit that resides in your sword to serve singular purpose, to assist her chosen hero on his mission. Her second plan was to abandon her divine form and transfer her soul to the body of a mortal. She made the sacrifice, as you've likely guessed, so the supreme power created by the old gods, could one day be used. For the supreme power of the Triforce was created by the gods, all of its power can never be wielded by one. Knowing this power was her last and only hope, the goddess gave up her divine powers in her immortal form. You've probably figured it out by now, haven't you, Lore? You are the chosen hero, and I am the goddess reborn. Okay, so, how many negatives to story? Like, I'm thinking 18, maybe 76. Like a fallout of 76 negatives. Something like that. Okay, that was low-hanging fruit. I don't know, but... $89, maybe? So... I know, Ross. Just bear with me for a second. Bear with me. $20. You know, Puggity, you want me to give positives. It just takes a little bit of dosh. See, that's the problem, Blade Traval. That's what I'm actually sitting here chewing on. Because I've hated this plot twist ever since it first came out. And I have, and I do. I'm not going to lie about that. The problem here is whether or not it actually equals a negative. Because those are two different things, despite what some people might think. The idea here is that every Zelda in the entire franchise is just Hylia reincarnated. And thus every Link is just, with two exceptions, is just this Link reincarnated. Which also makes every villain just this Demise reincarnated. It's the same three jackasses fighting each other over and over and over again. And that's dumb. It's really, really dumb on basically every way you look at this, and I hate it. Now, it also implies, or actually I should say states implicitly, that they just lose agency as the consequence, right? Any other game that's connected to this one is ruined by this change. This is the Chrono Cross problem. Because what this means is Ganondorf isn't a character, he's just a consequence of this. Zelda in Spirit Tracks isn't a character, she's just a consequence of this. Link in Wind Waker, he's different, actually, I'll give him that. But Link in Twilight Princess isn't his own character, he's a consequence of this. And it's just, it's something that is mostly a problem, and this is something someone brought up just a second, it was Blade. It's mostly a problem as a consequence of the other franchise. This was intended as the origin point of the entire franchise, and this is intended as an explanation for the status quo that some of the games enjoy. But here's the real reason this pisses me off. All of that's something I would consider bad. The real reason this pisses me off is we've already bounced out of the typical Zelda thing many times. In fact, we did it in Zelda 2, where there were 2 Zeldas active and walking about, and no Ganondorf, no Ganon of any type. And there are several other Zelda games that have already branched off from the typical formula of the Triad, right? There's Zelda games that haven't even had a Triforce, past like some iconography here or there, right? So the idea here of trying to insist that everything originates to this core point is doubly dismissive for all the games that don't touch on this. Yeah, like Minish Cap is another good example. Like, what? And yeah, Link's Awakening, while we're on the subject. Great game, by the way. Yeah, it's an intention. Retcons are not inherently bad. I've said this 1,000 times, and I'll say it 1,000 more. Retcons are just a tool. But I feel this is a retcon that wasn't as well thought out as it needs to be, and therefore doesn't work. Now, all of that is the external continuity negative. Yeah, it's, Ross. Yeah, is Yuga cursed by demise or malice or whatever? And now, before you say this, let me jump on something here. I know that the original Japanese translation for Demise's final speech is actually different. I also don't care, because we're not reviewing the Japanese version of this game. We are reviewing the English one. And in the English version, what they say is pretty clear. So that's not a defense. Yeah, no kidding, Ryman. I'd have to look up the specifics. It's a subtle variance, but it gets across the idea that all the future villains are not Demise. Although, now again, this doesn't count for review purposes because it's out of the game. But in I forget if it's the Hyrule Historia or the other one, the Encyclopedia, but they flat out state in that game that several other people are, you know, a consequence of Demise's curse, and they name Malladus from Spirit Tracks, and I believe Vati was the other one they named for that one. It's like, oh, that sucks. You see why I'm kind of torn on this, Blade 12. You see why I haven't, joking aside, I haven't actually assigned any negative. I haven't even jotted down any negatives for this yet, because I'm not sure. Here, hang on, I'm sorry. This is great music and all, but like it's been playing for a while. Yeah, like Malladus of all people. Now again, that's the book. Game doesn't get a negative for the book. The book gets a negative for the book. But still, it is kind of bonkers that they wanted to go that direction with it. And this also ties into something else I've actually been banging on about this entire review series. From the beginning, here, let's get some awesome music going. From the beginning, I have been banging on about how the Zelda timeline is a lie. About how it actually diminishes the games to try and pretend that they all connect to each other. But for the most part, I haven't been assigning negatives for that, because all of that stuff that was invented after the fact or out of the games. Again, the Hyrule Historia being the perfect example of that. This is, I believe, the first time, not counting the actually direct connections, like with Majora's or with Wind Waker, that they have flat out said, hey, here's the connection point for the whole franchise. And so that's why now is the moment where this is really coming up for the purposes of a review. Because otherwise I could just say, hey, the timeline's dumb and move on, which I've been doing this entire series. The last month, I've been making fun of how stupid the timeline is. I've literally been calling it a jar of piss. But this This is question marky now. And that's why I'm sitting here debating it, because the more I talk this out and the more I read your guys' thoughts over here, I cannot imagine this isn't a negative to story for external continuity, because of, if nothing else, how much this doesn't work. How much this doesn't actually work as a retcon for the rest of the franchise, right? Now, we can... So let's push that aside for just a second. Let's scooch it over there. We'll come back to that. In and of itself, within the course of this game, let's assume nothing else exists for a moment, and Skyward Sword exists in a vacuum. The idea that Hylia reincarnated into this Zelda, this character, and Link is this chosen individual by the goddess, and Demise is the source of all evil forever. I mean, there's no positives I'm going to give to that, because it's kind of a dumb plot point, but I don't think I'm going to give it any negatives. So I don't think I would give it any negatives for that. Now, Pugity, do me a favor. I'm going to actually AFK really briefly, but do me a favor, Pugity. Please explain how you think this makes things better. Please. I'm not actually being facetious. I would like that. And here's a song that'll play for a few minutes while I'm gone. I'll be right back. If I can add one anecdote on top of this while I wait for Pugity's reply. This is the danger of liking external continuity. This is the danger of liking continuity in general. Because this is not exactly the first time, or the last, that a fictional setting I've been fond of decided to come up with some kind of, solution to connect everything together. And that answer sucked and actually diminished my enjoyment of the work. Yeah, I know. I was actually pumped. If you remember, when this game came out, it was being marketed specifically as an origin point for the franchise. This is the first Zelda game, and I was like, cool, let's do it. Yeah, The Jailer, great example. Yeah, imagine trying to connect the Mario games. Oh my god. Mario rewrite. Actually, most people probably won't like this song. Hang on here. I mean, I only saw, like, one sentence from Pugity. So if that's all Pugity's got, then yeah. I'm thinking 2 negatives, maybe 3. What do you guys think? Oh, it's on the list, Czar. I only see one message. I even just double-checked. I only see one message. Sure, let me try this again. I only see one message before it explains Ganondorf's powers. I see, why doesn't it work though? It explains so many things, and I see it explains Ganondorf's powers. And then it can be a reincarnation of Demise and his own person at the same time. Those are the messages I see. Well, then I apologize, because I could be talked down to 2 negatives. I don't think I could be talked down to 1. Like, I apologize, but this, I hate this. I hate this so much. Right now I'm trying to enumerate the individual problems I have with this. If I could add one other thing, I just typed up one of the negatives there. And I just realized. How many of you like Star Trek? Look, I'm contractually obligated to talk about Star Trek at least once a day. Well, it depends, doesn't it? A little. Star Trek the Original Series is a good show, right? Well, sometimes it's a good show. And... Hang on, got a bad J-Bus again! Bam! I still can't believe I did that. So... One of the biggest problems I have with TOS is not what you'd probably think. It's not the nonsense. The nonsense of TOS is pretty easy to just ignore, especially since it's self-contained. That's Star Trek in general. This is going to be a side tangent. One of my biggest problems with a lot of new Trek, notably Discovery, is that they'll do nonsense things, but that'll affect the entire season or the entire setting. The whole setting has changed because of a nonsense thing. And some people will defend new Trek by saying Star Trek has always had nonsense things, but yeah, in their own little bubble, right? Like, it doesn't affect anything. It doesn't change anything. It's just over there. So, okay, Jack, throw that out the window. We're good, right? So no, the nonsense things I can step over. What really bothers me about TOS is the concept of the big three. Now, this is a concept that's floated in and out of Trek throughout the course of its history. But when you have the concept of the big three, it sort of automatically makes the entire work a little bit worse in several ways. It means all of the other characters don't get the time and the screen and the attention necessary to really grow and breathe and become characters. They are supporting cast in more or less the traditional theatrical term, the sense of the term. So yeah, you've got, yeah, exactly, it's Sulu and Chekhov. No, that's one of the reasons why DS9 was such a breath of fresh air. TNG still had this problem. Although TNG started to get better, because TNG drifted out to like the big five or whatever instead of the big three. DS9 branched out even further. Voyager even actually branched out a bit. Enterprise went right back to the big three, but I'm getting off topic. You probably already see why this applies to this. Because as I've been showing, in a game that's literally right there on the screen right now, but as I've been showing throughout the course of this Zelda series, the big three aren't really the big three in this case. They're this case in a few games, but then there's plenty of other characters too, which get their own screen time and presentation, all that fun stuff. And sometimes the villains have worked, and sometimes they haven't. But at least they've been given the time to grow and breathe and be on their own. The thing that bothers me personally the most about this intended retcon is it tries to enforce the big three. It tries to mandate that triad upon the whole franchise, when they've had plenty of opportunities and time and interest in order to branch out from that multiple times. Zelda isn't even in the Oracle's games if you in whichever one you play first, and neither's Ganon. It's only when you link them that the others show up as kind of like a cameo at the end, right? Just to name one example of that. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, Homeworld. For those of you who know, you know. And frankly, Star Wars is also responsible for this exact same problem. It's all about the Skywalker line. But it didn't used to be. That was kind of something that was grafted on after the fact. Yeah, how much was Zelda in Majora's Mask? It's another good example. She was in one cutscene, which was actually a flashback. Another good example. Hell, even Twilight Princess, which has a Zelda and a Ganondorf, is far more about Midna and Zant, who actually get the screen time to be turned into their own fleshed-out characters. And yet, you see my point, Pokity, right? You see why this bothers me so much, is because they've already had the chance to flesh these out, and then we get to Breath. And yeah, this, actually, yeah, Batman, the Joker. Another good example. Anyways, rant off. Yeah, we haven't got to tears yet. We'll see that. Either way. No, I'm sorry, Bella. Hang on. Scroll up. Let me look up the Japanese translation. Because this is apparently a thing we're going into now. Yeah, no, it doesn't change the review, obviously. Here we go. Can I have the exact translation, please? Nope, of course not. So in the Japanese version, I'm just going to read this out loud. In the Japanese version, what Demise delivers is not a curse, it is a warning.
He cautions Link and Zelda that their hatred contributes just as much to the bloody cycle of destruction as his own, and the light of Hyrule just as responsible for evil as its darkness. In Japanese, the effect of lingering malice within the karmic cycle of death and rebirth is called onen. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. A word that the English language publication of the Hyrule Encyclopedia translated as his curse, and the English script of Skyward Sword renders as hatred. Demise's onen is targeted at the goddess Hylia, who sealed him within the earth during the ancient war, and then later sacrificed her divinity in order to set into motion a series of events. Blah, blah, blah. Although Hylia is no longer a goddess by the time Skyward Sword begins, her soul is reincarnated as the first Zelda, who returns to the surface at the end of the game to presumably establish the kingdom of Hyrule. Zelda uses the magic of the Triforce, which can be used to alter reality, to utterly eradicate Demise from the face of the earth. Nevertheless, at the end of the final battle, Demise tells Link that his onen will remain, claiming an incarnation of my hatred shall follow ever your kind, dooming them to wander a blood-soaked sea of darkness for all time. In other words, as long as Zelda's bloodline remains in Hyrule, her kingdom will suffer from Demise's lingering resentment. Although his curse appears to be a standard villainous taunt in English, the grammatical structure of the line in Japanese implies that it's not your kind, Kisamara, who will suffer. Rather, the incarnation, Gonje, of Demise's onen will walk the earth, Tomi ni Urotsuku, the princesses and heroes of future generations. What Demise is saying is that the violent actions of Link and Zelda will give rise to circumstances that bring the resentment against them in the future. The original Japanese line therefore reads less like a curtain, more like a warning concerning the effects of the strongly held mutual malice within the cycle of transmigration.
There you go. Original Japanese. A bit different. But you can see why I had to look that up. It is a nuanced variance rather than... In other words, it's a difference of specifics, which do matter when it comes to this kind of interpretation thing, especially across this kind of a franchise. But you do have to admit, it's not like Demise is like, all right, well, that's that. Let's go pick up some brewskis. Although I would play a game in which the final villain says that after being defeated. But yeah, we've actually talked about this before. The localization team started being worse about this era at Nintendo, and this is not the only example of that. In fact, we actually already saw that in Breath, if you were paying attention. And it's weird, because the localization team for Zelda used to be completely on point. I don't know. Okay, Fire Emblem Fates. They got laid off. Surprised me. Although Nintendo usually resists that, but they're not immune to it. Wait, what? What? Oh god, we're fighting Seymour now? No! No! Okay, we're okay. Everything's okay. So I think I'm going to stick by my two negatives. And I'm typing up a nice little paragraph here, but I'm going to go ahead and enumerate those two negatives into two specific spokes. One, this diminishes my enjoyment of the story of this game. That's it. That's the definition of a story negative. This plot point diminishes my enjoyment of this game. The second point, and I've already mentioned this, as I think this is a crude attempt at a retcon. There's a theory, and let me stress that word. It is a theory. It's probably not actually true, but I've heard enough people say it that I want to repeat it. That I forget his name, the guy who wrote Skyward Breath and Tears, really wanted to take Zelda in a different direction and just kind of started throwing out a lot of the previous concepts and started establishing his own new mythos. Now, it's easy to have that theory because that's exactly what he did. But whether there's any malice built into it, that's the part that's the theory, that he just hated the Zelda franchise and wanted to do his own thing. I don't know if I buy that. But as I've said many times, Skyward was a very clear attempt at a soft reboot, and Breath is a very clear attempt at a hard reboot. Yeah, like, the results are on the page there, you know? Excuse me. Me too, Zavago. So I'm looking up something super quick here. He did, an Acromaxist. This is him. I found him. Hidemaru Fujibayashi. We've actually talked about him before because he started working on the Zelda series with the Oracle's games and Minish Cap. He originally worked at Capcom. He was then pulled over to Nintendo. And yeah, he was the director of Skyward Sword, Breath of the Wild, and Tears of the Kingdom. Only the director, though. So how much influence he had over that, who knows? Who knows? Food for thought. Sorry about the delay. Let's get back to the exposition dump. The day of the ceremony, Girahim's tornado tossed me out of the sky and down to the world below. I was nearly captured by the demonic forces, but I was rescued at the last moment by an old woman who lives in the sealed grounds. I had no memory at all of my existence as Hylia, but she explained it to me. She helped me to remember who I was and what I had to do. Yeah, exactly, Cashel. I set out to pray at the goddess statues located at each temple across the land. Each statue stirred up memories within me. After I visited them all, Impa, an agent of the goddess, led me here to the past. All of this is part of the same great effort to prevent the revival of Demise. Stripped of his true physical form by the seal that binds him, he takes the shape of an abomination. Yeah, like a pimple. But even in his hideous state, he is more than capable of devouring this land if we allow him to do what he desires. We must stop him from freeing him from the seal that imprisons him at any cost. So I intend to remain here in this time and place to sustain the seal as best I can. As long as I continue this vigil... Link, what is this expression? We may be able to prevent the Demon King from fully reviving himself in our own time. I must maintain the seal that Hylia, or rather that I, created so long ago and keep it strong for as long as I am able. With the memories of my former life returning to me, I can see now this is my purpose. Oh yeah, I'm not even going to get into the identity problems that this affixes to poor Zelda. I mean, that's a whole other ball of wax. If you want more of a discussion on being reawakened from memories from your previous life, go watch, I don't know, the Final Fantasy XIV review. Or Babylon 5. Lord, the goddess created Fine, the great blade she's a part of, for very specific reasons. For the task of standing against Demise and the monstrous form he now assumes rests solely on your shoulders. Back in our time, we've already driven him back to his prison twice now. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. I can't thank you enough for that, Lore. During your long journey, you've grown so much. What is with that expression? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Agreed, by the way, Pugity. Look at his face! Look at his face! That is the face of, kill me! Someone clip that. Okay. But no, I'm actually completely with you, Pugity. I really wish that Breath of the Wild was just... No, it's its own thing. And I've said this 1,000 times, we'll see what Tears does with that. Because, yeah. You learned wisdom from solving devious puzzles and traps. You gained power by honing and tempering yourself and your sword. And overcoming the trials set before you by the goddess, you found true courage. Now those qualities reside in you. You are worthy of wielding the power of the old gods. Left behind for our kind. You can claim the Triforce. That too, Dakota. Thank you, Pancakes. Valiant hero, you have endured many hardships and journeyed far on your quest to reach this place. Along your travels you have found wisdom, power, and courage, and for this I bless your sword with the goddess's power. May it give you and your sword the strength to drive back the abomination that threatens this land. As a further addendum, you remember how this Zelda was, like, playful and had a bit of personality and was, like, a good character? You notice how every time a good version of Zelda realizes she is the destined Zelda, she immediately stops becoming a good character. Have you noticed that? That's a weirdly recurring trend in this franchise. And God, I hope that doesn't show up in tears. Don't spoil. But I liked the Breath of the Wild Zelda, the character. I liked her. She didn't get enough screen time, but like the Dorcas, right? The archaeologist who loved going and tinkering with old technology and stuff. That was a cool character. And I really hope that she's not going to be in Tears of the Kingdom. She's going to be like, we must go explore this thing. Wait, I am the chosen goddess. I must be the chosen goddess. Reunion. Reunion. Yeah, it literally did, Savacom. You're absolutely right. It literally saved the world. They were like, we must do the chosen destined thing. And she was like, hang on, let's go fix this site that allows you to bring someone back from the dead. Just in case. She did that. Remember that. She did that. It didn't happen in Ocarina, I'll give you that. But like, it happened in Wind Waker, and it happened in Breath, and I feel like there's another example, I can't remember off the top of my head. It didn't happen in Spirit Tracks. That was one of the rare ones where Zelda was just kind of legit front to back. You got the thing. You know, that could be Savacom. It comes down to that nuance thing I bang on about constantly. Like, if I can use a parallel Savacom that I think you'll appreciate. Oh god, she did. But now we just need to shunk the sword into our own chest to unlock it. That's a good point, Bionic Punk. Demise is gone. Oh wait, no, Malladus is Demise. Anyways. One of the reasons it bothers me so much that everyone constantly emphasizes that Archer's dick is so big in Enterprise is because it's completely unearned. It's the specific nuance of the situation. Everyone constantly tells Archer that he's this so important and he's so significant. The only reason I'm going to do this is because I'm loyal to the captain. And I would do this thing I believe in morally, but I've got to be loyal to the captain. Or the entire Federation will never be founded if not for the captain. Like, it's this constant hammering of unearned pushing up the main character, right? I don't have that vibe with Kirk or Picard or even Janeway because they freaking earn it, right? Kirk is that significant. Picard is that good. And you see the significance, right, Savacom? Because in video games, if you earn the fact that your main character is that awesome, I don't mind. Why would I? You did it. But if you're doing a video game where they're constantly licking your balls the entire game. Sorry to be crude, but you know what I mean, right? Like they're constantly blowing smoke up your ass the entire game. It just irritates me because I'm just like, yeah, okay. And the best example of this is actually something that's probably none of you in chat have ever played. It's all those Korean MMOs, which I have played a few of. And trust me, those games suck at this. No, seriously, let me tell you every Korean MMO's intro. This is not a joke, okay? So you start off your new character, and you are the chosen one who will save and fix everything, and I will go defeat. So you go and you poke the enemy, and it takes like 2 damage and dies. And they're like, oh my god, you have managed to defeat the most powerful enemy that was raising our lands. You must be the one who could save us into the glorious destiny. We'll go, good man and or woman. And that is the extreme example of what I'm talking about.
You can clip that one, too, if you feel like it. Now, yeah, in an absurdist comedy thing, that's great. But, yeah. Kill me! Before I say another word. I agree with that, Pokey. I feel like I owe an apology. You see, the mark of the Triforce in your hand is a symbol of the greatest power in this world. No, I beg to differ. Groose is right back there. If you can obtain the actual Triforce, we'll have the power to vanquish demise once and for all. Problem is, among the countless souls in this world, only a select few, those with unbreakable spirit, can wield its might. You know, good comparison, Softcom. I like that. It's impossible to know the true reason why the gods created the Triforce, but I have a theory of my own. A Zelda theory. Thanks for watching. The gods created the Triforce, yet they specifically designed it so their own kind could never use its power. Somehow I think that may have been their way of giving hope to all the mortal beings of the land. Yeah, that was their intent. Which brings us back to you. To face demise and give the land hope, the goddess, Hylia, needed someone with an unbreakable spirit. That someone is you. Kill me! But spirit alone wasn't enough. You had to overcome trials and prove your worth. And so I knew that if it meant saving Zelda, you would throw yourself headfirst into any danger without even a moment's doubt. Because you've been crushing hard, boy. I used you. Sorry, one more pause here. So remember, once again, that Groose's character arc was originally written... That's true, Pokey. Groose's character arc was originally written for Link. And I point that out because, remember, his character arc has functionally concluded. He managed to turn it around, and he's doing his thing, and he's stopped being a dickwad, and he's starting being helpful. And that cutscene was right before this. So once again, if that was just Link's character arc, it lines up pretty neatly. Yeah, that's a good point, Bionic Punk. I didn't even think about it that way. Yeah, begin to tell you how sorry I am for pulling you into all this. Kill me! But you have to understand, this is a war, and the fate of the land hangs in the balance. I need your strength to tip the scales in our favor. Could have asked. All that may well be well-intentioned and true, but it doesn't mean it's right, and it doesn't excuse my actions. But I'm prepared to pay the price for what I've done. To ensure that the seal holds, I will remain here in this time, deep in sleep for thousands of years. Oh, hey, there you go, thousands. We know that at the very least it's been thousands of years. I know, someone killed the bot. Let's go ahead and pull the bot back up. There we go. Nani? Kill me. I can't say it enough. I'm so sorry the way I had to involve you in this. But until my memory of things before our lifetime returned to me, I had no idea we were fated to carry such a heavy destiny. I'm sorry. I've actually already given the game this negative, so there's no new negatives here, but can I justify a negative I have already given this game really quick? Fate as a narrative trope is cheap. Now, you can play with it. As with any trope, you can play with it, you can devise around it, you can do fun, interesting things with it, you could settle your setting around it, you could think about it, you can consequence it. But at the end of the day, using fate is a cheap trope. Using fate straight, I should say, is a cheap trope. It's shorthand. Why does this happen? Well, because it was fated to be this way. And that's it. Right, like that's it. That's the full extent of it. There's nothing else, there's nothing fancy. Do this or else. End statement. And if you've been paying attention, and again, I've already given this negative, this whole game has been hammering the fate button as hard as it possibly can. Fate, destiny, fate, destiny, fate, destiny. Now, I will admit, from a purely personal perspective, that I don't like that because I prefer the concept of free will. But that's a preference thing. In this game, however, I do think they hammer this button a little bit too hard and a little bit too often to explain away everything. It's cheap. It is the easy hand wave, right? Why is this going this way? Well, because it was fate. And that's all that's the explanation that we're ever given. It is one of the weaker points of this game's narrative in a game that otherwise actually has a pretty solid narrative. God damn it, game. Stop doing that. Sorry, I'm having...
issues here. Let me reboot this thing one more time. Let's turn on the second webcam. Behold, 2 of me! And let's reboot. Hopefully that'll fix that. Zathras. Zathras was fated to not have fate. Yes, now there are 2 of me. Oh, here we go. I can also fiddle with this. That should actually do it. There we go. Okay, hopefully that fixed it. I finally cloned myself. Anyway, sorry. Moving on. Just wanted to explain that a little bit, because I just gave that negative earlier and I never really explained it. Before all this, I was just happy spending my days hanging around with you in Skyloft. I wanted that feeling to last forever. Sorry. Why now? Why not like earlier? Well, it's true I'm Hilly Reborn. I'm still my father's daughter and your friend. I'm still your Zelda. Yeah, sure. When Demise is finally gone, there'll be no need for the seal that binds him, and I'll be able to wake up. So I'm going to ask you a favor, Sleepyhead. Ever since we were kids, I'd always be the one to wake you up when you slipped in. But this time, will you come to wake me up? I promise. Sorry, Link. No real reunion yet. I told you. We don't get it till the ending. I don't think this is a good scene in and of itself, Pokety, to be honest with you. However, before you stab me to death, I think this scene is necessary to make a later scene good. And you probably know what I mean by that. Okay, if that was on purpose, that's actually kind of neat. The inexorable gears of time grinding forwards. I see you've said goodbye. Now you must keep the promise you made her. You must find the Triforce. Return to your time. There's knife work needs doing. Do not fear for Zelda. I'll watch over. Go now, fulfill your destiny. I should have made it a drinking game. Or I should have kept track. I didn't even think about it. I should have kept track how many times they say destiny or fate in this game. It's a time gear. Well, they stopped leaning on the as you know button after the intro. It's really weird. Like, there's just some really bad exposition in the intro. And then it stopped. So you've returned. Yeah, it's been thousands of years. So, then you know everything. On the other side of that gate, Zelda waits, suspended in a sleep without end. Do not despair. She is still alive and well. A little older. Technically. True to legend, the Triforce is the one thing with the power to vanquish Demise. It is thought to have been hidden within Skyloft by the goddess. Sadly, all we know that is all we know of where it rests. All other clues to its whereabouts have been lost to the ages. You have likely come to the same conclusion, but I'll spell it out just the same. The key to finding Triforce must be in Skyloft. Go, Lore, find the Triforce. Whoa, ho, 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 ho! Hold up! I need to be in here. Lore, there's something I gotta tell you. Sup? So, Zelda, how's she holding up? Was she okay when you saw her? Oh, it's terrible. It's gotta be so hard for the poor girl. But you're gonna do something about this mess, right? Lore, made up my mind. I'm not going back. I'm staying right here with Granny. I don't look so bummed out. Do I look sad? Nah, I'm doing what I want to do. I don't know how to explain it. I got this feeling in my belly. There's work to do here. Someone's got to watch that big ugly monster, and someone's got to make sure Granny's doing all right. It ain't as action-packed as what you're doing, but maybe this is my destiny. Know what I mean? And I'm thinking about making, like, a harem, and, like, the one male in a century is the lead. God, that's really sexist when you think about it, isn't it? One guy in a century, and he's automatically the king. Anyways. Sorry. Besides, it's not so bad here. Living up in the sky was okay, I guess, but don't you just love the way it smells down here? What? That's not weird to say. Check it out. Zelda and Granny have brought life back to the land here. I bet even the weakest sapling could grow into one beast of a tree in soil like this. It'd brighten this place up a little, too. I mean, sure, it'd take a few years for it to grow, but as far as I'm concerned, I got nothing but time. It's weird to say out loud, but that's just how I feel right now. So, yeah, you know, when you get back to Skyloft, do me a favor, let people know I'm doing okay down here. Colin and Stritch might get a little emotional since they look up to me, but you tell them I'm happy, okay? Thanks. Kill me. See you around, girls. I've got it. We'll call them the Geruso. And over time, it might go it might drift into Gerudo. Yeah, so I actually did this earlier, if you were paying attention, because you can just kind of see through just a little bit. And yeah, there she is. And yeah, as Frieza pointed out, it's actually a lot easier if I do it this way. She's right there. It's a lot easier to do if there's, if I'm doing first. This is Type 1 time travel. She's been here since the beginning of the game. Like, she's always been here. Otherwise, the seal wouldn't have existed up until this point in time. So, yeah. Time is linear loop, etc. We'll see some other stuff about that later. Alright. Time to go find us a try to find us a Triforce. Everything's faded, Star Wars. Whether or not you get indigestion from that burrito was written down in books thousands and thousands of years ago. God damn it. I hate birds. Ooh, I hate those birds. I also hate going the wrong way. Girahim is the actual villain of this game. Or I guess the actual antagonist? Demise is a sealed evil in a can. Demise is the final boss of FF9. No spoilers. Something different about your sword, or is that just me? Either way, bud, you gotta get rid of those bad guys down there. Oh, hey. Oh, no, I've seen blessed butterflies flap around. I have no musical ability whatsoever, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay, cool. Thanks for the tip-o. But-oh. Time to kill everyone, yeah! Yeah, I was actually chewing on that too, Frieza. Like, I get that Hylia wanted someone to use the Triforce to kill Demise. That's her goal, right? Get Mortal to get, Triforce to kill Demise. That is Hylia's overall goal. She can't use the Triforce because she's a deity. So she instead chooses to abandon her deityhood and become a mortal who should arguably now be able to use the Triforce. So that's already a couple of question marks being raised before we get even, more than one step further. But maybe it has to be a specific type of reincarnation. That's possible. I don't know. That brings us to our next question. Did she have no mortals she trusted back then? Like, she just sealed away Demise. He's probably pretty weak. Doesn't she know anybody who could use the Triforce to kill him back then? Especially considering Impa was right there. Like, poor Impa, you know? That's such a spit in her face. Hang on a second. I forget if we have to actually do this step or not. Impa must not be trusted. Yeah, apparently no one's had an unbreakable spirit, which, honestly, that also kind of makes me raise an eyebrow, if I'm being totally honest. Nobody wore green for thousands of years. Okay, it looks like we do have to actually do this. I'll just stretch here. Oh, God! We're okay, we're okay. Let's see if we can sequence break for a second. I'm actually curious. I mean, honestly, a rewrite of the Zelda franchise is going to be pretty easy. First of all, get rid of the timeline. Second of all, make it about, like, just a solid codified series of stories that actually connect to each other. That should be easy, because they already did that. Yeah, go ahead and hold off, Fraser. Although I'm going to read your thing now while I'm trying to find this jackass. Okay, so you said the one thing I already mentioned. Did we just start with Zelda 1? I mean, honestly, why not lean into that a little bit, you know? Zelda 1 has an interesting premise, it just doesn't do anything with it because it's a NES game. You know, I really hope not, Pokey, because, like, what does that mean for the actual King of Hyrule back in Ocarina?
Yo.
I actually like that idea, too, admittedly, Dakota. I must admit, I'm starting to think I might need a rimlet of my own. Triforce, what's that? Does that have anything to do with little Mia? Yes. Okay, so we cannot sequence break. That's actually fascinating. Oh, this Zelda's father. I hope not, because that's kind of horrific, actually.
Hey.
Hello, have you heard any more about my daughter? Well, you see, your daughter's been down below for thousands of years. You have had this destiny thrust on you without warning or choice, for that matter, but I wish you to help you as best as you can. I'm getting older, I lack the vigor of youth, but even old men have ways of being useful. So I have a question for you. It's true, the ancient texts make several mentions of the Triforce, but the actual location isn't illuminated in any of those tomes. Very well. You have failed me for the last time. Lord, just a moment. Well, there's one of... Levias. Yep. Where is he? Or Levias. By the way, this is our windfish for the game. Because, as I've pointed out a few times, we have quite a few windfish. If I was going... So, one idea I've had a few times, and I'm curious what you think of this, especially you, Pokey, since you like Demise, is I would completely delete Demise... No. No joking. An idea I had is to make Demise not a person, right? Like, we talk about Demise as a force of nature. Make him a literal force of nature. Make him the actual manifestation of the tribe of evil, the demon races, right? Yeah, just Malice from Breath of the Wild. It's just this thing. And we're keeping this thing sealed away, right? Yeah, he's this evil glop of goop, and there's eyeballs for some reason, because it's Resident Evil. lore. How goes your search? Blah, 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 blah. It looks like Levias, but last time I approached him, he came rushing at me. His eyes were full of malice. People change, or old wizened creatures change. Yeah, Demise has exactly 1 bit of characterization in the entire game. It's actually a good thing. It's a good moment. But it's the only characterization he gets. See, you say that, Pogety, but I'm going to immediately disagree with you, because he talks. Now, I'm sorry, the moment you give someone the ability to intellectually speak with someone else and communicate, you have officially made them a person to some extent or some degree or another. He has stopped being a thing and has immediately turned into a person. Yeah, he's the Demon King. Things don't give warnings about the future or curses about the future. So, let's get a new technique. So we have to go find Levias. Or Levias, if you prefer. The Spiral Charge. Yep. And yeah, I like Takoda's idea. If we're going to make our Zelda about that whole prosperity loop, making Demise the despair wave kind of lines up there, you know? Yeah, exactly, Pugity. Sorry, I apparently cannot communicate today. I blame the headache.
Tap. Tap.
I remember hating this. Because the controls, of course. As if there's another reason to hate something in this game. Hell, we can even say Bellum. If we wanted to go that route, which we probably wouldn't. But Bellum could have been the anti-prosperity of that particular dimension. Remember, the Ocean King's ocean is its own little pocket dimension, right? So maybe that's how it manifested there. Smaller and weaker, because there was less prosperity to push it up. A counterbalance kind of a thing. I mean, it is always Twitch's fault. That is a true statement. And Majora, yeah. Hell, Malladus. For the place that will not be called New Hyrule. Yeah. That's too... okay. Or Vati. Yep. No, there's some directions we could take that. Yeah, Twitch, what's wrong with you? Neo Hyrule. No! I'm not gonna do this. Oh my god, 5 seconds remaining. Also, Yuga, while we're on the subject. You managed to destroy 10 targets within the time limit. You can control your bird that well, you have no time at all. So, maybe the owner of the Lumpy Pumpkin can help you out. Okay, cool. Let's do it. That's it, we'll call it France! The Frankish Kingdom. I love it, let's do it. Not that I'm aware of, actually, Baron. Weirdly enough. Damn it, Pugity, no! No! No, see, it was Hyrule, but then they killed God, and now it's France. I will never not find that funny. I'm sorry. Well, obviously Britain is low rule. the matter? You look like you're something mighty serious. Actually, Levias, what do you know about him? I mean, I know him well. I wasn't aware anything was wrong. Every year I offer him an entire basin of my pumpkin soup. But lately a huge thunderhead has been brewing there, and I haven't made this year's offering. I tell you, I feel horrible about it. Say you'll deliver a pot of my soup to Levias? I don't know how you plan to find that huge thunderhead, but if that's the case, I'm going to do everything I can to make Levias the best batch of soup ever. You wait right here. Oh, speaking of which, I need to give that a positive. I actually forgot to earlier. Listen, France is awesome. I'm not the one who decided to make that a plot point, okay? Don't look at me. I guess I should say French people are awesome. I don't know anything about the place. I've never been. Semi-automatic baguettes. That would be terrifying. Like a wonderfully delicious way to die. Let's put this under secondary. No, let's put it here. Oh man, that sounds good, Bregman. See, now I'm very suddenly craving baguettes, and I have no idea why. This is another heavy load, but don't worry, I can carry anything. Are the Olympics soon? I've completely lost track of that. Like, completely. An island with a rainbow. Yep. Seen it each time I've been in there. Thoughts on the Olympics? More complicated than I could say in a minute. There's some thoughts there. Get Dawn Trails soon. And I'm not going to play that for a few months at this point. Put a pin in it, yeah. I like the idea of a large-scale annual sports competition that's international. I do, legitimately. But that's not really what the Olympics are they? Sorry, one moment, please. I apologize for the delay here. I mean, Olympians having sex with each other is a pretty old problem. It feels weird to call it a problem, but it's true. Like, that's something they've spent time and effort on. A weirdly large amount of time and effort on. Yeah, as for why they care, that would be getting into it. Where in the world? Actually, that's a good point. Sorry about that. Hardboard beds. Yeah, I sort of deliberately brought up a silly thing about the Olympics to distract from the fact that the Olympics causes wide-scale financial devastation a lot. And how much of that is even the fault of the Olympics is kind of debatable, thanks to the nature of that. Yeah, I don't even want to get into the real estate problems. We're already in a housing crisis. We don't need to have any more of that being exacerbated right now. Again. But yeah, on paper, I like the idea of international sports competition. International annual sports competition. There you go. Boom. Done. A mess, Czar. I'm unloading this cargo of pumpkin soup here. You picked an odd place for soup delivery. Feels dangerous. Something could jump out at any moment, hungry for soup or robot. Or robot. I'm out of here. See you around. Bzz. So there's the windfish. Gross, while we're on the subject. The winged fish, which is aptly named, for he is neither. Boss time! Let's pop all of these boils, shall we? Well, that's unfair, game. Bilicite. Not a regular old parasite. This is a bilicite here. Let's see what Phi has to say. This species of parasite is currently attached to Levias. It is known for its enormous optical structure. This horrifying life form utterly controls the mind and body of its host. This is all the information I have at this present time. We are inside the Thunderhead. Analysis reveals a parasitical monster of the great spirit of the sky, Levias, has caused him to go mad. When in combat, be careful of strong winds and unstable footholds. Suitability, 50%. Thanks, Phi. Okay. Well, we could just cycle through items, but let's just look it up. Let's just Google it. What do you want me to do? Oh. Okay. I don't know why I'm having issues with the timing of that. I don't understand why this is happening. And we're dead. I do have fairies, of course. Let's just do that, because I can do that. I have one more fairy. Well, this sure is a boss fight. Yes, Sly. They're not as bad by quite a margin, but they are still what I would call not good. You're welcome, buddy. Buddy? Levias? Okay, he's dead. Well, we killed the Great Sky Spirit. Wish I could say that's the first time I did that. I mean, all of the big fish whale things are probably related in some way or another, Ross. Tell me, my boy, was it you who brought this most delectable cauldron of pumpkin soup? I must apologize for my earlier behavior. A most peculiar and irksome pest possessed me. I was not myself. That business is done with now. The delicious aroma of that soup has restored me to my senses. Yeah, that's what did it. I am the great spirit they call Levias. Before she passed from this world so long ago, the goddess Hylia appointed me warden of the skies. What do they call you, my boy? Ah, kill me, is it? A rather pleasing name, that. Your parents clearly have excellent taste in names. You carry a curious sword, boy. I sense a power dwelling somewhere in that little frame. Oh, right. You are the goddess's chosen hero. How interesting. I assume you've come to hear what I know of the Triforce. As I suspected. Listen closely, and I will tell you. As you likely know, long ago an evil force attempted to take the Triforce for his own. The goddess did everything in her power to prevent it from falling into his hands. For the safety of all things, she hid the Triforce somewhere in the rock you call Skyloft. However, its location has been kept secret. Even I do not know where it rests now. Oh, but the goddess did entrust me with a hint. The clue is a song meant to be played on the harp. So here you go. Here's the song. Yep. Right? Wrong! You must gather the parts of the Song of the Hero, seek out each of the dragons, and convince them to teach your parts. Yep, that's right. You've got to go do the 3 areas again. You thought I was joking, didn't you? It's okay. By memory, this isn't as bad. Or it's worse. One of the two. So, I'll answer your second question first, Throws Arena. I do think Zelda is important to a Zelda game, personally. Ignoring the fact that I obviously enjoy having connective tissue and context for what I'm doing, which is what story provides for a game. There's also the fact that the Zelda franchise in general has been story-focused arguably since 2, but definitively since LTTP. I think diminishing that would diminish the franchise as a whole. Having said that, as of this moment in time, I believe A Link Between Worlds is scoring the best on story. Let me double check the genre sheet really quick here, because I'm keeping track of that. And I'm correct. Link Between Worlds is currently at the best of the story scores, followed closely by Minish Cap, followed by Link to the Past. Now, we haven't covered any of the 3D Zeldas yet. I imagine Twilight is going to beat that, and I'm pretty sure Wind Waker is going to beat that as well. Oh, neck. Hilda was great. My only complaint about Hilda is we didn't have more of her. So I'm debating something. Let's go ahead and do it. Let's heal. Take a break.